We're good to go. All right, welcome back, everybody, to Finding Truth here on the Unscripted Truth TV channel here on YouTube. Uh, Logan back here with Austin once again, and got a smorgasbord of stuff to cover. Relatively eventful, although not like any major events, I would say. A lot of small events in the news to cover, I guess you could say. We're going to start this episode with a bit of a numerology lesson of sorts, but maybe not a lesson so much as a an expose or just kind of giving our take on um, the magic behind numbers a little bit, but more than anything, just we're going to be I think focusing on the number 13. Uh, it's a very big number in occult practices as well as it's highly relevant in media and stuff like that. You'll see that number 13 pop up everywhere, and we just happen to be on our 13th episode. Yay! Um, so yeah, we'll get into a little bit of that. We'll cover some of the hot off the presses topics, such as the brown snow in Maine. Um, Talk about what that kind of lends itself to. If they're getting up to the shenanigans now with some weird snow tactics, and see what that means for the rest of this winter in the U.S. at least. Um, there's also the continuing drone or unidentified aerial phenomenon. Get it right. Stop calling them UFOs. No, I'm just kidding. I'll never. UAPs just sounds stupid. It's more stupid than UFO. Let's put it that way. But a lot of that in the headlines. A lot of cop outs with Starlink, and if you've watched any of our episodes or gotten to the places that we will be speaking about, you would already know that me and Austin have touched on this pretty heavily. And basically, this is, I would say, it's half vindication and half of it's just like, oh, so they're just going to co-opt this thing that I felt special for seeing, because I literally couldn't find nobody was talking about this literally just 2 weeks ago or less. So I have been feeling like I'm in a bubble with, other than you, with nobody that, and the people I've shown it to about the stars moving. So we'll get into that because they kind of like popped the cork on that one finally, and it's ridiculous. But we'll also touch on something a little more close to home, although the drone situation is a little close to home for me as well. Um, but the toxic algae, and it's a big issue in Washington, and it's an even bigger issue um, with it affecting as much, because Washington's a big agriculture state. So this has messed a lot with farming and the chain of food industry and stuff like that. But it also has been affecting Oregon, a lot of lake closures and stuff like that, and it's only going to keep spreading out. Um, in fact, I kind of see it as they're hitting, like, if you were to ask someone in New York, what it's like, what they think it's like in Washington and Oregon, I bet they have this picture of like pristine lakes and generally kind of what we have had for a long time. But that's fading away right before our eyes. Our main waterways are being polluted more and more, and we can go on. Now they're saying it's natural. Now it's climate change is affecting it. So we'll get into that pretty heavy, I think, too. And I think we're also going to touch pretty heavily on just our thoughts of, we I think we're both starting to see some signs, and hopefully you guys are too, of the potential for them to be moving into a new event on our horizon, whether or not that's you know a more physical event, say like the energy grid going down, like they've poked at. Maybe it's a natural disaster of sorts, or if we're with the reemergence of Trump, if we're going to get that, follow up to his, leading in the last pandemic. I've seen a lot of pandemic um, propaganda propping up, kind of like not, purposely not putting it on the current administration, because why, they're not, it's almost like advertising. They're not going to advertise for something that's getting out the door. They're going to advertise the fresh, new face. So I could see this, just being like subconscious until Trump gets in, and then you'll start to see these subconscious things pop up, and you'll be more accustomed to them because you don't even realize you've been witnessing them all along. But so with that being said, we're going to be talking about some, pandemic shenanigans of the last one, and maybe our predictions for, heading into this not only new year but the new presidential term, or repeat presidential term, I should say. But without further ado, I'm going to kick it down to Austin, who's going to take it away on the number 13. How's it going, man?
It's going pretty good. Yeah, absolutely. Get into the number 13. Obviously it's our 13th episode, and it was just Friday the 13th. And then, of course, in 2020, you went into lockdown, and, Friday the 13th there. And it's, 13 is, it's kind of where the numbers change. You have the 11, the 12, and all of a sudden you get to the teens all of a sudden with the 13. So it's kind of an interesting number. And of course, 13, the 13, families, the bloodlines that run the world, and then you have, the 13 colonies, the beginning of the country, and then you have the 13 stripes on the flag, your 13 years of slave school, the 13 pillars on the IRS building. So 13 is a number that is a lot bigger than, I mean, it's kind of a number that, you go over at a young age, and, you see it quite a bit, but you never realize how big it is and how connected it is to a lot of things. Uh, there's actually 13 triangular numbers, 1 through 100. The numbers 1, 3, 10, 15, 21, 28, 36, 45, 55, like Satan, 66, 78, and 91. It's kind of interesting, that there's different, there's so many different kind of numbers. There's, triangular numbers, there's prime numbers. 13 is a prime number. It's interesting. There's 25 prime numbers, 1 through 100. You got 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, like I said, 13, 17, 19, 23, 29, 31, the reflection of 13. So you got both of them there. You got 37, 41, 43, 47, 53, 59, 61, 67, 71, 73, 79, a lot of sevens, 83, 89, and 97. And there's also, of course, there's perfect numbers as well. 6, 28, 496, 81, 28. The rest are just like astronomical. There's very few perfect numbers. There's a lot of prime numbers. Fibonacci 13 is also it's a Fibonacci number as well.
And I would just say that the perfect number that I always associated with was 2305843008139952128. That was always, I saw that everywhere. Everywhere I went, I saw 230. No, just kidding. But yeah, I mean, here, let me share what he's talking about here. If you're not aware of perfect numbers, we'll let AI do the talking, I guess. But very few within the realm of, feasibility. After the fourth number, you get into, is that billions? Yeah, billions, and then on and up from there till this insane number, which I'm sure has. It's like there's a reason they do these things, and math is constructed. It's not just like something that, I don't think it's something that's innate. It's something that was, associates heavily with the organic. It's like it they're both intertwined. I mean, look at a snowflake. It's the same kind of thing. It's geometry and in in nature and nature in numbers as well. So I think there is that relationship there, but I do think it was a construct to kind of represent nature, and I think that's why math has laws, whereas all the other fields of science have mostly theories. Personally, go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, and the Fibonacci numbers too. There's 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8. Like I said, 13 is in there. 21, 35, 55. Like Satan, you got the 89, 144, 233, 377, 610, 987, 1597, 2584, 4181, and 6765 are the first 20 Fibonacci numbers. Interesting because one's in there twice, but yeah,
Mhm.
numbers. There's so many different kind of numbers. We always talk about gematria and stuff. A lot of times, I mean, I bring up some prime numbers once in a while. I bring up the perfect numbers. I don't think we don't really touch too much on the triangle numbers and the Fibonacci numbers. So I figured I'd bring that up. To start tonight. I figure it's good to get some other numbers out there. And like I said, 13 is in a lot of these. And like I said, it's no arbitrary number. It's the reason why you're going to school for those 13 years. You're it's not just make sure you graduate when you're like 17 or 18. It's no, it's everything they do. It's all when you're going to start school. And it's there's reasons why all this is. And like I said, they kind of go over it in the school with the 13 stripes, the 13 colonies. um, they don't tell you about the 13 families, or the 13 you know
Skipped over that one.
yeah, the pillars in the IRS building. But they like to hide that. But they like to get that 13 going. Like I said, it's an interesting number because you got you have 11, then you go 12, and 13, you get to the teens. So yeah, 13 is a interesting number. And something too that I haven't personally seen the lockdown 2025. Um, of course, this has been something that's been out for it's been out for um, 4 years. It came out in March of 2021. Um, is when the March of 2021 is when the trailer and the poster released. The release date was 7/2. Um,
Mm.
so you have the 7/2, the 2/7 there, kind of interesting there, 2021. Um, but it's interesting.
Yeah, where's the info on? Oh, there we go. Still, it's not
Yeah,
all of
it's
it.
it's hard to really find anything on it. That's the interesting thing.
Huh. Okay, here we go. Release date. Hour and 33 minutes. That's so 93 minutes long, huh? 93 is pretty heavily associated with Saturn and Saturn worship. It's 93 in Gematria, but I think Illuminati has some connections to 93 as well. But yeah, anybody who's not familiar with this movie, I haven't seen it, but I do like know enough of it just from being exposed to it through whether or not it's Zach or whatever. I probably do to maybe watch these movies too, just to have a better understanding. I'm sure it's an Easter egg hunt. These kind of movies.
Yeah, I remember seeing a movie kind of like this. It was called New World Order back in like 2016. I watched it, but whenever they do these movies, they're always like they're kind of hidden like this. You don't really know about them. They're always kind of like shitty too. They
Yeah.
have to be like super corny and super cheesy and stuff. So it, make it look really stupid and pathetic, but yet kind of still give you some truth too. Because that's what this movie seems like. It basically uh, is. I mean, it took place, um, like I said, the filming. It was filmed between September and November of 2020. So while the pandemic, scamdemic, plandemic was going on, why would you do this during that time? And it was done in the UK, Hong Kong, the USA, Italy, and Japan. And it was interesting too. Uh, they hired different production teams in each country because of COVID, and the director was the only person to travel between the sets. Um,
Hmm.
it's basically about a family is forced to confront an evil force within their home while a nationwide lockdown and martial law are in place due to a highly contagious virus. Uh, and that's this, like I said, was came out in 2020. Um, so kind of go figure there, and then uh, and this, I think there's planning on
What is
there
this?
might be a sequel or
Is this
something.
is this the sequel? There's literally a movie called 2025, and it says the world enslaved by a virus.
Yeah, yeah, because
Huh.
that's
Hmm.
what it said when I looked to. It said there was a uh, plans for a sequel to expand to South Korea. So I don't know if that's what that is, but yeah, there must be a second one here they're doing.
Listen
They
to
just
this.
really got to rub it in, don't they?
Listen to this though. Since the appearance of COVID-19 in 2020, the world is no longer the same. A new system with a single world government has been put in place. Interesting. What a synopsis. Look at that guy's Jesus piece. And tell me you're gay without saying it. No, I can tell you one thing. It looks like absolute ass. Just like they think they're doing something here with this. I'm curious about this guy's ring, by the way, because yeah, pay attention, guys. It's like movies are not what you think they're not for your entertainment only. The almost every movie is dog whistling subconscious things and you know stuff that sticks with you whether you know it or not. And a lot of the things they hide their iconography, they're like little calling cards in jewelry and random items people are holding in scenes that don't make sense, but you don't really like question them when you see them. But like, there's no. It's like this guy should have zero rings on if they didn't want to draw attention to the ring on his middle finger here, where while he's holding his hands up with a mask. It's like they're drawing you to it to see it. So I'm curious to what. Oh, just a cross. Interesting. I'm sure this movie's all about Jesus. Very very likely is, in a subtle way, but you know how they like to do these things. But yeah, I don't know if this is necessarily a sequel. I think this is just going with it. Wait, there's no way. So the cast is these people, but the cast of Lockdown 2020
It's
or
got a
2025. That's
John.
a
It's got John Savage from Do the Right Thing, and it's got Alexander Berkeley from The Walking Dead.
everybody's favorite.
Yeah.
I just noticed that look, there's an Eric John Dugan in this movie. Completely different people, but they just randomly have a Dugan in there both. But yeah, who were the hmm, or which were you saying? Were you saying the movie we were just looking at had those people in it?
Uh, yeah. And then well, because Lockdown 2025 and Gematria also equals 47 too. Um, Lockdown equals 119
119.
and 38.
Fun numbers always.
Yeah, lockdowns equals if you write out lockdowns, it equals 46, like sacrifice too.
think that's like, which, I mean, it has 35 and 46 like Catholic, and I remember them being the one of the biggest stories at the onset of the pandemic because uh they immediately shut down churches, but we're still like, oh, go to Walmart if you want. And like that's about the only like dissent you heard was from religious organizations saying we have every right to assemble still. But at the end of the day, what they all did was complied. They, made churches like, 6 feet, all the crap science that they gave, 6 feet, uh, or all the, it's just garbage. It's like, anyway, we'll get into that. But uh, yeah, it's just an interesting connection between Catholic and lockdowns because the Catholic archdiocese or whatever, it was kind of a, because we know where this is coming from. We know who's putting these things out into the world. So it's kind of their way of like covering their own trail by saying, "No, look, we were against the lockdowns for churches." But then again, you have the Pope, decrying that we all need to, listen to Fauci every word he says, and take these things very seriously. And but at the same time, they're saying you should have the right to a religious assembly, but then they're the ones that are locking down everything. Anyway, appearances is everything to, disinformed populace or misinformed.
Yeah, and this it's interesting. This movie's lockdown 2025. It's been quietly out for uh 4 years. And people it's like it's like I said, it was being filmed. They're doing this during COVID, so it's like they're obviously choreographing for the ritual. It's like what we said, like when we brought up, like the Ring, because the Ring came out in 2002, and that's 2020 right in there. It's got the 2020 right in there, and um, all the other things that they choreograph with these things. Uh, this movie, um, being something that's, like I said, there's like that movie called New World Order that I remember watching back in like 2016. I can't remember when that came out, but I remember watching that. It was just like a really cheesy, corny movie, but that's how they always make these. They got to make them really dumb. Um,
Yeah, it does come. I already like it. You could just sometimes you could just tell by like the camera work how bad a movie was, and just that half second right there, this right here, it's so good. It's bad. It's terrible. It's so good though. Like look at this. The signs were all around. You could just tell. It's so weird. It's almost like we kind of got to get out of that mindset of like thinking things are bad when they're not mainstream. Not to say that you should think this is good necessarily, but just the way I'm thinking about it. It's like I kind of am comparing it to a high budget film when they're using all these crazy effects that are actually subverting reality. You should be less inclined to that, but for some reason it's like strange seeing this kind of camera work. It's crazy work. Kiss the ring, tyranny rises. Yes, they love me. We should just like speak over these. Huh? Oh, give me a hug. What are you gonna do? I'm gonna kill my wife. FBI, open up. I won't give my power up to you. Fight me. John Cena stars. Oh my god, he killed his wife. He really did it for the organization. Hide behind the tree, quick. A knife against a knife in a gunfight.
yeah, it's so stupid. If you've ever seen this movie, it's just so dumb. I mean,
I don't know, look pretty sick. Who they got in this bad boy? It's always strange where they have like the main stars don't have it. It's like they'd rather not be associated with this. Just don't put my picture up. You can list me as an extra or something. I mean, they're obviously kind of from what I saw, it was a very white movie. I think I only saw one diverse, if you, for lack of a better term, person in it. The glory days of good movies. No, I'm just kidding. Um, but they're obviously going for like, in my opinion, it's just kind of like more propaganda for scapegoating one particular race as the evil controllers. In my, it's like this this stupid movie might lead into actually a better topic that or at least a quick one from me is that my 10 cents on that. It's not because I'm white or nothing like that. I don't consider myself white or anybody else white. I don't care about anything like that. It's actually hilarious to me for the most part that people have time to care about that kind of stuff. But having noticed, the trend, the bucking trend for sure, it's it's always just going to be a polarizing topic just like anything else, whether or not the pendulum's swinging towards, black people, Hispanic people, white people, Asian people as scapegoats for something. It's always that's what it is. They're scapegoats to get people to not realize that the people at the top, they're everybody. They're not up there complaining about, you know, Tyrone. That you see that in movies. That's not how it actually works in real life. Their oaths go deeper than skin color. They're blood oaths. So they if their brother is Venezuelan, they're gonna kiss his feet or will do whatever weird stuff they do in their robes naked with each other in the woods. There's they'll walk the effigy to be burned together side by side, hand in hand. And in a way, it's kind of ridiculous that you got these people in these glorified cults showing absolute camaraderie, but we won't even speak to our neighbors. It's like, no, we shouldn't do what they're doing, but they're kind of, at least at their core of their tenets, respect of their like-minded people is at the forefront, because the only time we see them go at each other, it's all for pageantry. You know, Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. Yeah, right. They probably come on, guys. They've done something with Bill watching and everything. Bill was probably, tickling Trump's booty while anyway, just putting images, just subconscious imagery. Take it all. I've had to think about it. It's your turn. No, I'm kidding. But yeah. So these people are all, mingling at the top. They're not, and that's not even to say that like Trump is necessarily an actual chess player. He's a pawn in his own right. The true players, like we talked about, like you rightfully brought up, the 13 families. Um, they've had their hand in everything. Do some research in America about the Astor family and which is funny because like the two um, prominent schools in Portland I went to John Jacob Astor Elementary, uh, and then I went to Portsmouth Middle School, and he's tied with Portsmouth, uh, the place. So anyway, I was learning up on John Jacob Astor not that long ago. But yeah, the Astor family is obviously there's um, these are all branches of uh, 13 bloodlines that are to be preserved, and that's all written into the coat of arms of these families. They have like an ancient way of talking basically to each other through symbols and messaging in our media, and I'm sure they can also just call each other on the phone, but I'm just saying like as far as how they choose to communicate their uh dominion, I guess I'll put it like that. They like to flash their territory, and if you don't know what that is, it's a strange topic because you have the middle United States. That's a territory of a prominent family. There are lords over that region of the United States. It's like that. It's not to say that other lords, other places can't like go into their dominion or it's like a warring factions, but it's just like we don't realize how much we're owned to every detail of our lives. We're owned as a corporation in that sense. We're owned the sky above us, the ground beneath us, the water we can't collect and to have no rights to on the property we so-called own. We're owned people, basically indentured servants, um, paying back a debt to our enslavers, the lords of the land that have carried over this thought process from England, and it hasn't changed. These families are prominent. Anyway, I'm going on a tirade here. My bad, but it's just such a far reaching thing to try to wrestle it all in because it really it's hard to just go from like the 13 families, the Orsini family, to what that actually means. Like, what does that mean? Is there a way to see these people? And there is. They have their calling cards. They do things differently, but all under the same. Not under the same. I was going to say under the same banner, but that's exactly the opposite of what I'm saying. They do things under different banners, but they're all under the same like shadow organization, if you will. But yeah, check out this movie is what I'm trying to say. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I can't remember when that came out, but like I said, yeah, I seen that almost a decade ago. There's so much of that, and
2013, they said.
huh,
I swear I just saw it. Yeah, 2013.
interesting 7 years for COVID. Yeah, and COVID, basically what this movie is about. Lockdown 2025. This um, highly contagious virus, and all this craziness going on. Um, and like I said, I haven't seen it. If anyone that's um, that watches this has seen it, it'd be interesting to hear what your output is on the movie too, and what you think of it too. Uh, if it's worth a watch, if it's sure it has something interesting to it. Um, it's like with all these things, it's COVID and 2020, because like right now we're kind of having it was at least as I feel, we're in the midst of um what we kind of thought 2025 was looking like it was going to be. I mean, that's just how it feels right now to me. It feels like it's got that 2020 vibe to it. And there's a lot of distractions right now. There's a lot of things, people there's a lot to whether it's Trump or the wacko news stories you get every day or whatever is buzzing. You got people looking all over right now, and it's that's obviously a baiting sign, um as they try and get us into something big here. And you go back to 2020. It's such a interesting year, um with COVID and the lockdowns. Like I said, the lockdown there on the Friday the 13th, and everything that's happened since that time. um of course, there was the event 201. Of course, that was October 18th, 2019, in New York. And of course, that was the big scamdemic, plandemic simulation. Event 201, if you write it out, equals 222, order out of chaos, of course, which is exactly what they got with all the locking of the downs and the you know George Floyd crap or Black Lives Matter or, whatever it was. They had so many, like I said, they had so much going on, the fires and the devastation. It's just such a destructive year. And another thing that's with COVID too. Obviously, COVID equals 26. Just like Cobain in the same cipher, it's got that 26. Um, no accident there. Um, you know, um, disease disease equals 26 too in the same cipher as Cobain and COVID. So that's pretty interesting. Um,
The Coco.
yep, got that.
Wording.
Um, you got diseases equals 27 and 80 54. You got the 81, so you got some ritual numbers.
Absolutely.
It's interesting. Plague is a lot like disease. It's got the 62 and the 26 to start it off. Pretty interesting. And plagues is a lot like diseases. It's got the 81 and the 27.
Mm.
Um, and then plagued equals 66 30. It's got the 123 like conspiracy and the 33. It's a 3 out of 4 Zypher match with bubonic. The first 3 are exactly the same. Bubonic's got the 66, the 30, the 123 like conspiracy, the 42. And bubonic plague equals 56.
Oh, really? Kind of
Yep.
makes you wonder. Sure does. Why? I mean, me and but why that's relevant to what we're saying is we're kind of talking about other uh, pandemics. Obviously, COVID was maybe tied most closely with Spanish flu and what's that stupid one right before? Not right before, like Elvis.
Polio.
Polio, yeah, thank you. But the 56 is like just don't stop with uh,
Yep.
the
Coronavirus 56. Virus equals 26 too in that same cipher. It's
oh,
got that 26, but 26
interesting.
big.
Yeah, that's a big 26 list you already got going. I don't
Yeah.
know if I ever knew about that. You talk about God, it's in a different cipher, but
Pandemic's got the 65, like Kurt Donald Cobain. It's got the 38. Um, there's a lot of Kurt Donald Cobain and all this. You got the pandemics equals 84. It's got the 51. Disease X equals 86. 86 here. It's got the 49 too. Like Washington equals 49. Uh,
is that what they were calling that? Is that what they were calling it on in the simulation? Or where's disease X come from? I remember seeing it in like
no,
articles.
there's Clade X too.
Hmm. I
Um,
know about Clade X.
Clade X also equals 49 as well. Um, it also equals 32 as well. So you have
Some overlap there.
uh,
I actually have that pulled up if people don't know about it. But yeah, May 15th, 2018. I haven't done as much research into the people who were a part of this, the players they call them. It's really just a slap in your face. Um,
yeah, these were similar to the Dark Winter one.
mhm.
And Dark Winter equals it's got the 123 and 51. And Atlantic Storm as well. And Atlantic Storm's got the 48 like Illuminati.
Yeah, all
Dark Winter was I think that was 2001. Atlantic Storm, I think, was 2005. Clade X was 2018. And of course, 2019 was a big event 201.
I do want to bring something up real quick because this is right where we're on topic about this. I don't want to maybe go on too long about this, but have you heard of policy commons? Actually, I'll punch this in real quick just for posterity. Hmm.
Yeah, I don't know if I've heard of that.
Well, this is basically it's its own engine. It's AI based, and this came about from those think tanks that we were just discussing. Johns Hopkins is the one we were just now talking about, but there's the World Economic Forums, the Bilderbergers, all those think tanks. They say apparently there's 40,000 organizations that are non-government official organizations, NGOs or whatever they are, or non-government organizations um, that do simulations and or have uh or have some sort of impact on policy or trying to have an impact on policy, but they're saying that basically they're saying, and I'm saying they would be the think tanks got together and made this is a product of, because they're saying that in order to source information from their uh Cladex, Event 201, that this is all only possible as long as these things stay up on the internet. And they're saying, yes, they intend to keep them up on the internet, but a lot of the links go dead or whatever. And uh, this is, so this has become something that colleges have come up with, have mentioned too, because a lot of these things that are being sourced, because they're saying more than ever, people are going to like alternative stats and things rather than just the CDC and all these other places we're told are official. They're going to non-government official site or non-government organization sites to find information on things. And when they give their links for sites, they're dead links. And so it's been a big problem for colleges. That's just giving you some backstory on another reason why this has kind of come to be. But this is basically by think tanks for people to look up what they're saying, basically has all their articles and um, their think tank simulations all indexed on this so that they don't get lost in the internet. And but the overarching theme I'm trying to present to you guys here is this is a precedence. People are going away from Wikipedia, and because that's never been an acceptable source, I don't believe, in college level. But then I think you can cite it, but not as a like a you have to cite it with like an asterisk saying it's Wikipedia. Um, but they're saying people are moving away from common sources such as the federal organizations that have all the information to look and search out these alternative sites, and now they have an AI index that is going to become like basically the new Google for college students. So for anybody that thought all these organizations that are doing these weird shadowy, I say shadowy, they're technically in the open, but it's like who was paying close attention to what Johns Hopkins was doing right before the pandemic to say, hey, this is funny. Not enough people, that's for sure. So but I see this as being setting a pretty heavy precedence for their ideas to become prominent. you know you look at what they did and they'll say, you could say, yeah, they simulated it, but it's like it's not like they did it. It's not like they have nothing in common with, they're not working with the NIH, you know they're clearly not, blah blah blah. But this is going to be like something right out in the open to where now you're going to see ideas start to, the ideas that flow out of their crazy heads about humanity and what we should be doing. They're going to hit this, and that's going to hit the next generations of our students and or faculty are going to be, basically going off of what they say directly, not indirectly. That's what I'm kind of getting across is because, you didn't, I don't think they got a lot of traffic for their simulations. Definitely not questioning traffic, but this is not even questioning. This is them saying we want these more as a confirmed source. So anyway, I know that was kind of convoluted what I'm getting across. Hopefully people kind of sort of understand what I'm saying is that this is going to become a more mainstream approach to knowledge to data gathering basically. And yeah, it's all AI ran and they say it's human influenced, by like you have to bring in the topics, but it's going to be way more controlled than Wikipedia ever is going to be. And you're not going to just be able to go in there and put whatever you want in there. This is going to be think tanks and like non-government organizations putting their information out there and becoming the cited source of the future. I just found that out rather recently.
Yeah, it's
Well,
like the new Google.
mhm. Yeah, so for anybody that thinks that these think tanks don't affect policy change, just wait. I mean, me and you already know that they do. That these are, there's a reason they're simulating these things is because they're slapping us in the face you know, coming together and basically playing chess with us as the pawns. But at the same time, now they have the precedents, and you also have all the things I've seen looking up or talking about policy comments is all thumbs up. It's all like this is a great idea. This is what we need. Nobody's even like questioning this idea, and before you know it, policy commons is like think about that name. You could think of
Yeah.
any name. You're not going to make it flashy because before you know it, this will be government. They're not going to have a name like student outsource revival. That's not going to be the name. This name is going to fit in line with, a government document soon to be for policy change, for climate change, pandemic awareness, pandemic preparedness, all these things. They're all going to This is how they're getting their foot in the door. So be ready to hear this. I'm showing you now, be ready for this to be a lot more common.
Yeah, I can totally trust that AI, man. That AI is gonna tell me what I need to know.
Mhm. So yeah, I just thought I'd insert that while we're talking about the simulations. But yeah, back to the simulations and what that kind of means going forward.
Yeah, it's interesting too. You look at the word corona equals 66. It's got the 30 and then the 33, and it's 3 out of 4 cipher match with plagued. And then bubonic also has that 66 and that 30. So plague, bubonic, and then corona equals the 66 and the 30, and the 33 is the same in plagued and in corona. Viruses has got the 49, Washington. Um,
I was just noticing that Dark Winter has a 3 out of 4 cipher match with conspiracy as well.
yeah.
Dark Winter. Just like, God, shut up. They really think they're so like clever and cool sounding. It's really annoying. It's funny too, but
Yeah, and you just listen to what they call it, dark winter. I mean, it just tells you right there. I mean, Atlantic storm. I mean, and like I said, these were a long time ago. The Atlantic storm, that was like 2005. That's like 20 years ago now. And then you have dark winter, that was 2001. Um, Clade X, 2018. Like these things they've been in the past a long time already. Event 201. Most people don't even know about these simulations that are always going on, but they tell you they're going on. People just, you know.
I hate to say it, but I mean, maybe if I was, in a position to make this, more of a center of focus to like kind of go through these things, and I don't know if people are really doing that honestly, but be able to present a layman's discussion or PowerPoint on what these people are doing in these things, because I have a cursory amount of knowledge. Like I've looked into Event 201 more than any of them. So I know a little bit more. Like I kind of went bulletin to bulletin as they posted it and have an idea, but like I haven't looked at any of these of the past, and like what exactly they were doing, who were playing, um, what these people are all about. Whereas I have looked into several of the players of Event 201, one being my son. My son right here, my son's name is Adrian, and Adrian Thomas. And if you look there, the Johnson and Johnson's rep on the table uh, for the Event 201 simulation, and there's no doubt why they put him. They took this picture and made sure to get his name right there in the center of the screen, because something I found out post Gematria Awakening was that my son's name and his full name both equal 201. So that's always, me and him have just a great time, laughing about it, and honestly sometimes thinking too. It's just like, how is that possible? There's just no way. That's when we found this out, dude. It was just like, huh. It was just, but not to say you should freak out just because the number 201 shows up. It's just, it's weird that somebody's kind of like researching it now. I became, I would say I was pretty research heavy when I first found out about the knowledge, and then of course did the my own numbers type of thing too. Not to say that all I was doing was looking up my own numbers, but I definitely did with my kids, and it was pretty strange. But knowing that moving forward, just knowing that there's a guy on the panel with my son's name right away, I didn't have to do the Dramatia. I knew this guy's name equals 201, and he's on the Event 201 panel. And don't kid yourself. If you think that there was an Event 200 and Event 202, wrong. There
Nope.
wasn't. They skipped those ones. They just came,
Yep.
this is 201. This is
Yeah.
Event 201. Everybody knows that the next event's 201. So
And they
there's
call it Event 201 because it equals 222, order out of chaos. And that's exactly what they gave you.
that is exactly what they gave you. Yes. And now, and with that too, by the way, that I already forgot the damn name of it. Policy Commons. That was sprung from Event 201. They were saying because nobody knew what they did in this exercise, so basically no one practiced what they were recommending pre-COVID, because we didn't know about it, because it wasn't government information.
Yeah.
It's like, shut. So that's their take on it. It's not, they saw that this happened before COVID, and the only thing they came away with was, dang, wish I had this before. They're not they're not questioning the fact that it even exists. Like that's so, I was dying when I saw that. But yeah. I mean, look at this lady on her phone. These people are just in the back on their phone. How boring. How many people are just reps there that just have to be there because their handlers told them to go and be a face in the crowd, basically. Look at that tablet, phone, guy paying attention, phone. Look at all these people. I could care less what this guy's saying, and so should we. Interestingly enough, I don't know if I can get a different picture, but the lady right here, her name is Avril Haines, and she has an interesting story. Uh, I think if you were to look up everybody in on this table, on this panel, you would find that they have a clandestine type of story.
Oh, yeah.
That it just, these people are,
They ain't sitting there by accident.
that's for sure. Especially not this guy right here. But yeah, between these four, uh, these kind of all posit that there's going to be some sort of global pandemic in different ways. You know, what was it? Event 201, was that the one where it was literally coronavirus though? Or was that Clade X? I don't remember. Do you remember which one? I don't know if they just say it out loud. Because one of these actually, it's literally coronavirus. That's what the pandemic was about in their exercise. I can't remember if it was Clade X or Event 201. I guess that's kind of a bad thing to have to admit.
Yeah, there's reasons why they got to call it, Corona and COVID, and that's why they have these names. I mean, this, it's all being contrived.
Another code word.
Yep.
They're saying a severe pandemic, but I mean, I 100%. I think it's Event 201. They called it like novel coronavirus or something like that.
Yeah, novel. Yeah.
Which is hilarious too, because the first male to get a vaccine was William Shakespeare, a novel
Yeah.
author,
Yeah.
or at least maybe they don't say it on this specifically, but yeah, I know that they call the pandemic in this exercise is a novel coronavirus. That's what they call it. Which people should know by now that coronavirus is a coined term,
Yep.
meaning seasonal flu from that fated year of 1968. 911 national emergency dialing code was put into practice for the first time. Uh, George Bush graduated from Yale, obviously Skull and Bones. The Twin Tower construction, they started work on the actual frame of the Twin Towers in '68. Oh, Fauci made the head of the or head of the NIH, something like that.
Fentanyl too in
Oh yeah,
1968 too.
fentanyl is approved.
Yeah,
Now you're
1968 was a big year.
and you see 68 play in gematria, usually having let's see, what is a 60? I'm trying to think of some of the 68 words that I've come across, but I might be confusing some with 86 too, because
Yeah, disease X equals 86.
yeah, that might be what I'm thinking too, because they get the reflection equaling 86, and that's a term for getting rid of. Get out of here.
Yeah. It's interesting too. The word sick equals 42 and 15, and the word flu equals 42 and 15. And then you
Yeah,
have just got that 66 and that 32, like
there's a little
bubonic
bit.
and like plagued, and then you have the word ill equals 33. Then you have the 15 again, and you get the 48 like Illuminati, 21 like Jesuits. Kind of interesting word.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, the word flu, it has the 39, the 12, 42, and the 15. Influenza's got the 45 and 45, so you get kind of some ritual there too. It's interesting too, if you write out coronaviruses, it equals the 62. You got the reflection at 26, and that's second cipher. The big virus that came from those damn bats in China, man.
It was only a matter of time, and now I'm sure we got the spars monkeys on the loose. We
Oh,
never covered that story, but I don't remember. Did they ever say they caught the last like 3 monkeys that they or that they are they just at large? Whatever.
I don't think they ever got him.
They'll there's canning that story for a couple months down the road. They're gonna
Yeah.
find them somewhere and they're gonna realize, oh no, they either died or they,
Look
had
what they've done.
rabies.
Yeah.
They'll get rabies or something like that. And just, I mean, who knows what they could do with that? A planet of the rabies apes.
Yeah.
That'd be fun. But yeah, what was the polio is a 68, interestingly enough. I got the 67, like, what is it? Blood. I mean, just think about that. Blood sacrifice. It's like, what did the Red Cross want you to do during polio and during these outbreaks? We need more blood than ever. Come on down and donate your blood. Blood
It's
sacrifice
got the
equals 68.
86, like get rid of too, the
Mhm.
121, the day the Illuminati was established.
Oh, yeah, is that the 121st day of the year? It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Also interesting. That's something to think about because the first full day of the president is on 121.
Yeah.
They're inaugurated on the 20th, but that happens during the day. Their first actual full day in office is 121 every election.
And Illuminati equals 120. Klaus Schwab 120.
Mhm.
Klaus Schwab's got the 120 to 69, like Illuminati. Um,
Yes. Order of Illuminati too.
Schwab equals 56. And of course, Klaus, Klaus equals, it's got the 10 and the 35, like
Like
Satan.
Satan.
Yep. So he's got the Satan, he's got the Illuminati. Devil equals, 52, 25, like Pope, also 29.
List is insane. The 5225 list is pretty nuts too. I mean, what I love about these lists is it's like a initial understanding of just how these things work. It's like
Yep.
I don't think Zach has like all the exact lists perfectly down, but what he does perfectly show is that there is a common thread to the code, the ABC 123, and with numerology and in reverse of both of those, how those numbers correlate to similar phrases and topics and words. I mean, there's just there's no way this isn't planned out. There's there's no there's absolutely no way.
Yeah, one of my favorite words to look at is the word poison. Because if you look at poison, poisonous, poisoned, and poisoning, I think they all have the 38 or the 44, the kill numbers. So you either get the 38 or the 44, and all of those, like two of them give you the 38, and like two of them give you the 44. So that's like a one of my favorite numbers that really, or from my favorite words that really show you kind of how this stuff really works.
And then murder, death, RIP, killing, all 38.
Yep. Gematria equals 38.
Oh yeah, gematria, yes. Made famous by Slipknot with gematria, the killing name
Yep. And I forgot to
for
mention too,
referencing.
last week, our last episode was on his birthday, Corey Taylor's birthday. He just turned 51.
Oh,
I forgot to
Huh.
mention that because I brought up psychosocial and in the rain will kill us all, but I forgot to mention that was Corey Taylor's birthday.
Interesting. How old he turned, you say?
I believe he just turned 51.
Huh. So he had been 50 up until okay. Hmm.
Because we were just talking about this 2 weeks ago during our music episode. We were just talking about him.
I would assume that that year is big with these occultic people because there's no doubt in my mind he's in the Illuminati or he's, an Illuminati controlled individual. Just put it that way. Um, so, May 1st being their founding date and you're turning 51, I'm sure, look out for him this year. Not necessarily saying he's going to like die or anything like it's just that, I wouldn't say every year is a calendar year for Corey Taylor nowadays. So if you notice him the making front page news, you'll realize it's because he's in his 51st year. And that's a venerated number with Illuminati, obviously. You got Adam Weishaupt equals 51. May 1st equals 51. It's weird.
Yeah, none of it's an accident, that's for sure. And 2025 equals 9 too. It's kind of interesting. There's 9 members of Slipknot too.
I can do the math. I was going to type it in, but it's like, yeah, no, wait, I know. Yeah, that's so. Yeah, you could see, their numerology showing you that there's a couple of correlations to why Corey Taylor might make headlines this year. But I mean, there's lots to unpack. I would say we should, potentially do a simulation super show because there's more. There's the World Economic Forum. There's the
Yeah.
Bilderbergers. There's the Foreign Council on Foreign Relations. Uh, those are all the TikTok at people's. They're talking about it nowadays, and those are the ones that. But like I showed you with that Policy Commons, there's 40,000 groups, and there are lots of big groups. Especially, I would be interested into looking outward, looking outside of the United States, because I think that could because when the big one when World Economic Forum gets together, you know how much they talk about the United States. It's like the U.S., Russia, China, Canada, maybe a little bit, but like that's basically what they stick to. U.S., Russia, China, U.S., Russia, China. Everybody's like doing these. Yeah, like when they do this pandemic simulations, they all talk about how all the major hubs kind of react to said pandemic happening. But for the most part, it's like, how do we control it in America? How do we control it in Russia? How do we control? And it's just like, uh, how do we know what happened with the pandemic in Russia? Was everybody masking up and they just have their Ushankas with like built-in masks? Like it became a big market in Russia. Like was Putin enforcing these policies? It's just, I don't think I know anything about that actually. We tend to only see things that are, right in front of our face and kind of miss out on the grand scope of things naturally, of course, but that's actually might spur me on to doing some digging into that. How these other Maine nations, if you will, handled the cooties.
Yeah, and of course, Klaus Schwab. He's a if you read his full name, Klaus Martin Schwab, it equals 111. It's also got the 60, which is kind of interesting, like the 60th selection. But World Economic Forum also equals 222, just like Event 201.
Yes, it does.
You have the 222 again, and of course he's the head of that. And if you write out the abbreviated, if you write out WEF, WEF, it equals 47, and also 11. It's pretty interesting. And it's Klaus Schwab is such a interesting person in all this. With COVID, there's so much to say and talk about, but the big thing as we're talking about all this, obviously, Klaus Schwab, he announced that he's stepping down
Hmm.
in 2025 January. Um, so it's kind of like Bill Gates and 2020 stepping down. It's kind of like the same thing here. Again, now he's stepping down. Um, and again, of course, he's the guy that says you're going to own nothing and be happy by 2030. So you have to kind of look at that as,
How German
it's
can
a
you get?
major sign. Yeah.
His wife's name is Hilda.
Yeah.
His name is Klaus, and his dad's name had Wilhelm in it. Like that's basically covered all your bases there. Wilhelms are very iconic
Yeah. And
name.
it's interesting. He's from Ravensburg, Germany, which equals 84. So you got the Jesuit. Um,
It says
Raven,
born.
Ravens,
When is his birthday? March 30th. When is
yeah,
he stepping down,
330.
I wonder? Because if he steps down while he's 86, that'll be interesting. Well, he's still
Yeah.
86.
Ravensburg equals 46, like sacrifice. Got the 62, the 127. Germany's got the 83, the 38.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yeah, and his wife is interesting too, Hilda Schwab. Because that equals it's got the 59, like Freemasonry, and then you get uh, the 94, the 49 reflection in Hilda. Hilda equals 38, 29. It's got the 97 in the 25. So the 25 appears again. Um,
Hildy.
maybe something big with her coming in 2025.
Let's see which. Oh my goodness.
Right.
To be as rich as Klaus is and just have to look at that.
Yeah. Look at that face. Look at that top face. Look at that serious, just bitch face. Like, oh my God. Like,
Mm.
where's your lips?
She's got a physically big mouth too, so I'm sure she just truly doesn't shut up.
Yeah.
She's born in 46. Like where he's born. Oh, that's right. She's co-founder. I was like, what is her claim to fame here? It's this. This is her claim to fame. I was like, why does she have a Wikipedia? I totally forgot it's him and her did this whole World Economic Forum thing together.
Yeah, it's amazing how nobody even knows who he is. He was born in 1938. Um, he founded the World Economic Forum, the WEF in 1971, so 3 years after 68. He's been the chairman, since the inception. And of course, like I said, in May of 2024, he announced he would be, stepping down and stuff. So should be very interesting here, in January here, what day, coming up, maybe, even less than a month. We might be weeks away from him stepping down, might be a month away, maybe over a month, but it'd be interesting to see what day he supposedly steps down and how that really turns out.
So he's already stepped down from the position, but there hasn't been another one appointed yet. So, well, it remains to be seen. But technically, he is stepping down at 86. Not technically. I mean, yeah, technically as well as he's just stepping down at 86. Yeah. Chairman of the Board of Trustees. I'm sure that
Such
pays
a,
pretty well.
such a trusty guy there, Mr. Schwab.
Mm-hmm. You see, he's got the March 30th birthday too. A lot like, in numerology, you can write
Yep, the
3:30.
33.
Mhm.
3:30.
And just doing any kind of like cursory, like tracing his lineage, or God, chill out, Wikipedia. Um, you start to see the clandestine nature of these people, and they like to. Isn't there a 201 to do with Davos where they started these meetings? Maybe it wasn't a 201.
It's got the 68,
Hmm.
94.
How's that? Do they go back and forth? No, it's always at Davos, in Davos, isn't it? These meetings they do. But kind of remains to be seen too. It's like I think a lot of people don't know about the true, a lot to do with the true history of these Scandinavian countries and Russia and Germany, and just how preserved they still are, even through war and all these other things, bombings and stuff like that. It's incredible. I mean, to an extent, America has that as well, without the bombings. At least, we label our bombings as fires here. We have some tact. We
Yeah.
don't bring war here. We just do natural disasters. It's like, come on, guys, at least hide it a little bit. Anyway, um, but yeah, you know there's a reason they take these seats and they do these forums and simulations on such like hallowed ground. Historically, these places are energetic, like alignments of uh of, and they held importance in the old world, and they're kind of like picking up that mantle, and kind of, while dismantling it, they're picking up the mantle of the old world, and they're kind of like showing it to us without saying it straight up, and meanwhile they're destroying it all around us for their new world order, but they're building it on the back of the old one. So they still use the old stuff, and it's kind of like in a mocking way. And we
Yeah.
can go into that.
Yeah, that's why you get these, they get all the movies telling you everything, the New World Order, lockdown 2025, all this is just right in your face. And then like I said, they have all these, different simulations, exercises. Like I said, most people don't even know about this stuff, but it just goes to show, you look at, 2020 and, uh COVID, I mean, and things were, they were bad before, even 2020 and COVID, and you could see what was coming, and you could just see how, you know, what was, about to happen. But, it's like, it happens, then everything just gets worse. So you just see, now everything is just because of COVID, and it's just, now it's just the thing for everything. It's why you still see, you still have, 5 years past, you still see, COVID-19. Just got to keep it right on the 19, and then it's just over and over again, and it's something that's it's so weird, how this is kind of still around. It's like it's still a thing. It's like, you look at, are they going to go the disease X route? Are they, do we have something, like that coming? Are they, how are they going to do it? Because I mean, I do feel, like I said, I do feel like, I'm having 2020 vibes right now going into 2025. And, we've both talked about, we both said before the importance of the number 25, 5G equals 25. Um, we've talked about the importance of that number. Um, and it's like 2020, I was turning 25, and I was 25 in 2020. I was born in 95, so I was 25 years from 95. So you have the 95 in there again. Um, these people, they like that quarter mark. It's you get a quarter, it's
Mhm.
25 cents. It's that 25's you got
It's a quarter century. So
yep, quarter century, Pope, 25, double 25,
they love
25.
their tennials,
Yep.
anytime they can like celebrate any kind of and when I say celebrate, these things usually aren't celebrations for the people, just so you know. But yeah, that you know, there's it's not arbitrary. The quarter marks, the halfway marks, the centuries, the decades. They love using those places in time to play out their schemes.
Yeah, and
Also,
you
I
have
was
to. Oh, what were you gonna say?
no, go ahead.
Yeah, it's like I just it's like I was saying, I'm getting those those vibes again, and because there's so many distractions right now, and you just look at the all these distractions with everything. You have to look at the kind of the bigger picture here. It's like everybody is kind of you know yeah, they got everyone kind of looking every way right now because everything is so kind of weird. It's you got Trump coming back in 2025 and the year of the snake, and of course he you know was talking about that poem. Of course that was on my 22nd birthday there, April 29th, the 119th day of the year, in 2017. So everyone's kind of anticipating that. You get some people that are getting suckered into that. Um, just kind of bowing down before that, and that's it's like what I basically see Trump as. He's just like a big pacifier for people that are hope for the hopeless. You got he's just comes in, and then that just pacifies everybody, and just so that just makes what they're trying to do that much easier because they're just going to bow down and do it. And I've said the same thing with COVID in 2020. um that's why he was in there, it's why he was put in there for that. um to get everyone to go along with it, or so many people at least. But it's it's and then you have everything right now is you have, like I said, just you have all these distractions, whether people are distracted with the sports, or all the because I know the playoffs, football are going to be here in January, and then you get the crazy season it's been, the standings, all the teams, all the craziness with that right now. See how people thinking about that. I just see a lot of people, kind of veering off in different directions, and I feel like they have people right where they want them, playing into their hands for whatever project 2025 or event 2025 that they're going to do, or they're about to unleash upon us. But it's and it just goes back to COVID too, like what I was talking about, because well, it's like the word mask, it's one word off the one letter off the word mark. you
Mhm.
know um Mask equals 44. It's got the um 28, perfect number there. Mark equals, got the 65, the 29. And what's interesting too, even the word well the word face mask equals 59 is, so well, it's got the 49 too. um Humanity equals 111 and 42. So you got the 42, you got the
So
111 again.
New York numbers.
It's interesting too, the word community equals 47. It's also equals 110. um it's got the 133. And if you spell communities with the apostrophe s, it equals 44 like kill, and it's got the 55 like Satan. I think that's pretty interesting.
Not a lot of community now in this day and age. Funny,
Yeah, and yeah, and that was kind of the point I was, kind of making is you know, the way they just kind of put people away. I mean, it's sad because like I used to look, I used to like looking forward to things, and and I would say, I wasn't, the biggest fan of people. I didn't really like people before 2020, but it's like 2020 just gave me such a reason to just hate people and humanity. And it's just like, and I used to see so many people, I used to look forward to meeting people and seeing people and just being out and about, but it's not like that no more. They ruined that. They took that away, and now we have the new normal, and everyone, is isolated. They're um alone in their house. They don't come outside no more. You don't see people no more. They don't want to interact no more. Um, they've just taken everything away. And like I said, it wasn't even good before 2020 either. I mean, it was waning. It was disappearing by then, but um, 2020 just completely put an end to it. Totally. And it stayed that way ever since. And you wonder with just the way they've done it, and so many people to go along with it. So many people just hiding in their house, and social distancing, and the loss of community, loss of people coming together, hanging out, wanting to be around each other. With that, it's, you have to wonder, are we about to enter a whole new stage and realm of that in 2025? Because um this is something, that's is such a major part of all of this that nobody even brings up anymore, because it's, you talk about the loss of relationships between people. People just, everything's just dead. You go out and about, everything's just, there's no life in anything anymore. Everything's just completely just, destroyed. Um, so, this is, to me, it seems like the direction more of what I kind of see, possibly happening in 2025 is just this more polarizing divide. Um, this split apart, between people, uh, and I feel like, with 2020, it was such a, it's just such a multifaceted, agenda, because, you know, like I said, there was so many people that, you like the flu, or not the flu, but like vaccines, that wasn't even, like a topic before COVID, before
Mhm.
2020, that wasn't even something people cared about, argued about, fought about. Um, how they just brought that to the forefront, how
Well,
they
in the
tore down.
autism community, it was. I will say that. That's always
Yeah.
been a pretty heavy topic in the mental retardation of children spectrum. There's always been some, but even then, it was kinda still regarded with conspiracy. But funnily enough, you had mostly, I think, women, taking up that mantle for the abolishing of mandatory, not, well, yeah, they're mandatory. It's like they're not mandatory, but they are. It sounds stupid me saying that, but I'm sure you understand how, you know, you wanna do basically anything, you gotta have, like, the standard immunizations, and as far as, whether or not any, but yeah, I get what you're saying. That doesn't really take away from your point that much, but, I just remember that was kind of like a bigger deal before COVID, and you kinda wonder, like, how much of a slap in the face is it to all those people who were fighting to get vaccines deregulated and have, like, actual examples of this affecting people and affecting their kids, only to be hit with coronavirus, and everybody around them was just like, "Go get vaccinated. Go get the Johnson& and Johnson. We should go get it together. Oh my god, get the
Yeah.
Pfizer. Oh my god, Pfizer and the Johnson& and Johnson right here." It's like, "Oh my god, if they mix, whatever." It's like, that's probably just like a hell for them. I mentioned this, with the Asheville thing. It's like you have these, let's just call them truth seekers, and these things happen to them. Like it surrounds them. I can, my heart goes out. And that's why we need to have these, communities, these safe havens almost, if you will, and turn those safe havens into That's the new normal. We not a safe haven to go hide away in, a safe haven to say, hey, you're around like-minded people, pick up a sign, pick up a pitchfork, and let's go change something. Let's, not just sit around and hide in our basements, uh, but use that disenfranchised mentality, use that, anger and point it towards something. Don't just be angry. Don't just, because yeah, I that's worth doing some digging too. It's like, because where did all those anti-vax moms go? I'm sure there's a lot that came, I'm sure they didn't just disappear, but that's kind of like what that did. That's kind of, for sure nobody's talking about it now. That's for sure. It's not a headline anymore. Whereas like the autism thing was a headline before. So they just kind of killed that movement, and not only killed the movement, but then on top of that, wired people's brains to be pro vaccine, like en masse. To be anybody who's not will be like, everybody turns at the same time, like you're in the Matrix and you said the password. You know, if you show any dissent towards vaccinations, and I mean, to your point, great point by the way. But yeah, having to see this happen in real time, like I'd mentioned before, it's like, the anecdotal evidence I have about like the sickness, the mental sickness that this inflicted upon human beings. Never mind if you got the flu and you want to, have the placebo effect and tell yourself, oh, everything that the TV's saying, that's what really happened to me. BS. I don't buy it. I really don't buy it. I actually think literally this was them flexing psychology 101 on the populace. The placebo effect is a very real thing. They give you all this fear programming. And once you get that scratchy throat, you're living in anxiety world for the next 2 weeks, whether or not you're going to die, whether this is going to be the worst sickness of your life. You know how many times people would say it was like, oh, that was the worst of my life. It's just like, was it? Was it? Was it actually? What is your proof that it was the worst? Did you have the highest fever you ever had? Oh no. Did you throw up? No. Did you do what happened? Oh, my throat hurt really bad. It's like, huh. Oh, okay. Tonsillitis happens to people, every year. We don't lock down the country for tonsillitis. If you got a sore throat, do whatever you got to do. But it's just like, but to see, this happened, my close friends and coworkers, just to see that shift. I think I mentioned maybe before, but one of my basically my best friend at the time, I spent, most of my days with him either at work or we hung out. We were doing YouTube together. We were making music together. And he was just such a like fringe kind of guy. It's not like he was any kind of conspiracy theorist or anything. And to a point, he was actually kind of mainstream, but he was like at least alternative mainstream. That's what I'll give him. But he certainly wasn't some like, yeah, let's go trust the government. Let's go like run to the president. The presidents are real. And he wasn't that kind of person. But this thing hit. And once he got to wear that mask, it was almost like it was a crown. What do you know? Coronavirus. And people were wearing these masks like they were crowns. I mean, I work at a restaurant, and you got to see both sides of it. You got to see people who came in and didn't respect it. All power to them. But then you have the workers at my job. They would be like anti that person. I'm like, a week ago, people, 1 week ago, we didn't have to do any of this. Everything was fine. Nobody cared if somebody coughed 10 feet away from you just a week ago. All of a sudden, you think something came in and just like they were watching too much CNN. They were watching too much of the pictures they like to give you of like the viruses like coming in clouds and stuff. It's just like,
Yeah.
and so it's just like they're all living movies in their head. And they watched Utopia when it came out on Netflix. They're, well, I got nothing else to do. I'm staying home getting these government checks. The rise of quiet quitting. I'm sure you've heard of that term, the quiet quitting, that whole
Yeah.
TikTok, Facebook trend type of thing. It's so cringe knowing what all the facets of it is because I saw it. I don't have TikTok. I don't have any of that, but I know it because TikTok still finds its way onto YouTube. And but besides that, it's not like I was watching videos specifically on quiet quitting. I got a cursory idea of what quiet quitting was and then like some bullet points. And I'm like, "Oh, yeah. Okay." So during all the mandates and everything, once the check stopped, you saw this instant shift in all the employees that we would either hire or the ones we had. They just became it was so obvious. It's like these people were inundated with quiet quitting, which was a huge trending thing during I mean, I think it still is, but and in a way, I don't even necessarily disagree with the message if it was more accurately given, but you're giving it to every 15-year-old and up about the workforce or the job that they have. And so they come to our locally owned restaurant and apply it to us. They try to take advantage of us. They steal food. They don't show up on time, but they do it within a certain amount of time, so it's not a write upable offense. All the like I know all of the things that they do, and just so I'm forced to lose respect for basically everybody I work with because I know what they're doing. And the whole thing about quiet quitting too is it's either blatant, like you'll get, that for a while there was like the Uber Eats drivers who were literally just stealing the food because they were like, okay, fire me. I was gonna quit, but now I got three free meals, you know, and whatever, figure it out. Bye. I'm fired, so I don't need to talk. Just that weird unaccountability where it's like they don't consider it stealing, even though it's definitely stealing. Um, anyway, um, that's the same attitude that I've seen come to proliferation, and it's ridiculous. I can't have respect for anybody. It's still to this day, it's terrible. All the people that come here and act like we're a Walmart and that we're the ones that should be like down with the man. It's insane. But it's so hard to work with these people. It's the quality of just like personal morals of like having any like work ethic is insane. It's gone. And
Yeah.
maybe it's better when it comes to these large corporations. Yeah, screw them. If you're driving the forklift in the back, you know, if all the forklift drivers of America quit tomorrow, whoo, we're gonna see some. We're either gonna see a lot of diversity hires crashing
Yeah.
forklifts and spilling, thousands of dollars worth of product every day,
Yeah.
or we're gonna see, just how much you really were worth. And that I can understand, but the things they're doing to like small businesses and everything is just ridiculous. And it kind of exposes their weak mindset and will to not know the difference, first of all, but then to also exercise these things without knowing the difference, to come and take advantage of mom and pop type businesses when the whole at least the grassroots of the quiet quitting thing is to mess over corporations, not locally owned restaurants. So it's really ridiculous. I'm still working with these people to this day. It's like some of the best people best in quotation marks we have are, we hired like during basically the pandemic. And oh my gosh, there's been horror stories with some of the people that I've trained and stuff. It's just like, whoo, it's just a whole different breed of human nowadays.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and it's like, what did they, and how they, when this all was happening, it was all about, oh, the vaccine now, because it was all about the vaccine. But, and then it's like, by like, not long after that, it's like the vaccine has just disappeared. It's like, what's even the vaccine anymore? Do you even need that thing anymore? Like, it's weird because you still, like you said, you when 2020 was happening, you had the people that knew it was bullshit and people that were going along with it. But it's still the same thing today. You still have the people that are, um, no, it's bullshit, and the people that are going along with it. So you have this two different sides of people. Um, And it's the frustrating thing about all this is it's like, none of this, you know, and the end of the world, end of the time, end of time, end of the world type stuff, it doesn't have to be happening. It shouldn't be happening. And they're the ones making it happen. But the way they just destroyed such basic things with people, just uh and I've noticed it with everything too, just the way people are now. You can't just people are just and you don't know how people are going to react to things, and everyone's just different. But everyone's just it's just so much more harder to have fun now than before 2020, because it's like you could still kind of vibe with people, you could still have some fun, you could still kind of enjoy some things. um they basically can kind of completely taken that away. um and then of course, with everything else that happened in 2020, it being so multifaceted, with the George Floyd and the BLM, and the Antifa, and the Black Lives Matter, and all the riots. And then um the there was so much, it was such a multifaceted year. Yeah, like I said, I was everywhere from Washington to Wyoming, and everywhere was on fire and smoke and just burning down. And they put people through so much. But you look at 2020, and it's like, the biggest thing that we've lost, since 2020, has really just been the overall essence, I feel, of community. I mean, I just feel like everything's just been uh they've, it's like you said, it's the way people are now. Like when you used to walk in somewhere, it was a totally different vibe. There was life. It felt like people wanted to still kind of somewhat work. Things were somewhat fun. But now everything it's just dead. Everything has just died. They've just killed off morale. They've killed off just so many things. And things that, like I said, were already getting bad or on the on the downturn. They just, it's like now it's just on steroids. It's out of hand. It's out of control. It's just ridiculous. um from this whole, all the lockdowns and everything. But it's like I said, it's just so amazing how, what it took to really, pull this off in so many ways. Because you think about it, it's like, to kill Kurt Cobain, yeah, they had to get a lot of things going there, to plant those charges on 9/11 to bring down the towers. They had to do a lot for that as well. But for COVID, I mean, like I said, everywhere you went, social distancing, stand here 6 feet apart. The fact that they had all of that set and ready to go, and have it all distributed, and have this much, going into it, and 2020, the year of, perfect vision and sight, 2020 hindsight,
Mhm.
and it's um Anthony Fauci 56.
You know, holds a position at Georgetown.
Yep.
What do you know? What a interesting place to go. Yeah. A Jesuit connection there. What is the National Institute of Health, right? Isn't that the NIH?
Yeah.
77. It is a Fibonacci number.
Yep, I was gonna say that Fibonacci number.
I'm trying to think of 14th. Hmm. Oh, 9 should be a prime.
109 breaking down 19.
Hmm. boring. I mean, there's something to be said for what number they are and like what composite number they are as well.
Yep.
It all plays into it. Let's see, is that actually? Oh, it's National Institutes of Health. Oh, okay.
Institutes. It's like John's. It's like, what kind of name is John's? I mean, why just call it John Hopkins? Why is it John? Like, what the fuck? It's like, it's so fucking stupid.
I didn't want to say it, but interesting. 151. The
Got the
110.
110.
Just, numerology 11. Look at the master number.
Nirvana 110, 110 story Twin Towers.
It's NIH by itself. 31, is that? No, America's 32, right?
Yeah.
Got the 50, though.
It's got the 49, like Washington.
Oddly enough, the National Institute of Health had that 14th Fibonacci number, and NIH equals 14. But if they say institutes, it's institutes. I don't.
Yep.
It is what it
Like
is.
Johns Hopkins. It's not John. It's John.
Johns Hopkins. It's just. I swear that's just to piss you off.
Yeah.
Literally, there's so
It
much
is.
stuff in world just to piss you off.
Name's not Austin. It's Austin's.
It's Austin's.
It's Logan's. It's not Logan. It's Logan's.
Hell yeah. Logan's. Is NIH trustworthy? Of course. That's all it says. Just, yes. Just oh, okay. Cool. Who picked up the mantle for what is it? What is he, head of disease? Or was he wasn't director, was he? Was he director of the NIH? I know he wasn't like initially made director of the NIH. But did he become the director of the NIH? As an associate.
1984.
Oh, he declined every offer for director of the NIH. Interesting. So they say. But yeah, Fauci joined the NIH in 68. What do you know? Like, would you want to meet my wife? You could take her off my hands for a little bit. I can't really do Bill Clinton that well. My bad. Sorry about that.
Yeah, there they were in 95.
Now, if she
Planet-
wears a mask, right? If she wears two masks, I could probably do it with Hillary Clinton, right? But she'd need to wear 2 to 3 to 4 masks and stand 6 feet back, and then I could be in the same room as Hillary Clinton, right? That's my best. Anthony Fauci. I need to brush up on my whatever. For out of the blue, I think that was better than I thought it was going to be. So it's weird how sometimes you need to look at somebody to remember how to do their voice, or at least attempt their voice. That's another weird thing. I've tried to do a lot of impressions in my life.
Yeah, Anthony Fauci and Dr. Oz are into some gay porn, I think, plugging each other up the butt every night.
I mean,
You just want to punch him in the face. Look at that loser. I mean,
I'm sure he just skips down the yellow brick road right to his. He probably has that like tattooed on his taint. the yellow brick road. Dr. Oz. And then this
Yeah,
guy
you gotta
has
wear that face diaper, but when you're doing your when you're destroying your city in the riots, it's okay to take it off, and you don't gotta social distance that. But when you get back to your house, make sure you put that diaper back on. Then the
now,
COVID will get you.
now
It's
you
fine though
see
in the street though. You can go bash someone over the head with a brick and start some fires and kill some people and run some people over. But when you're done and you're done with that, you gotta COVID's gonna get you. Make sure you get that diaper back on. Put your
he,
butt
guar-
plug in.
he guaranteed has 2 ruby glass slippers on each of his feet tattooed. He clicks them together, and Dr. Oz comes out of nowhere. Poof! It's time. Comes out from behind the curtain, naked.
Yeah, I couldn't stand that little Muppet fag Dr. Oz, and he was on the TV back when I was a kid.
Oprah
I'd come
files.
home back in like 2010. There's that loser on TV just
It's bad enough I
laughing.
have to see Oprah. It's like, don't put this guy on too.
I'm Dr. Oz. I'm here to tell you how much COVID's real. Look at me. Let me sit down and pretend how real it is.
Isn't that weird too? How they kind of propelled his, like, now he's like Republican. It's like
Yeah.
he got his fame from Oprah, where he was sitting there being like hyper effeminate and like weird. Now Trump's like all high on him being like actually giving health advice. He did not give real health. He like pushed like dietary supplements on Oprah all the time, and like weird off-brand medical procedures. So I don't know why all of a sudden he's, I mean, I do know why. I'm just saying, like, keep that in mind. Um, Anybody who looks at Elon Musk and says, yeah, that's the true Republican nature that I want emulated. No, you can see how the pendulum swings. They're using this figure who's like boisterous and outspoken, and they're ushering in all these weirdos behind him. And look at everybody who like, yeah, Elon Musk, he's so cool. It's like you couldn't stand being with him in the same room for more than 5 minutes. You would be awkwarded out of your shoes. Like, what were you going to say? What would he say to you? What are you going to say to him? Have you seen that refrigerator with legs? He's such a weird
Yeah.
individual. I mean, he granted he's got a pretty nice vertical. You can tell he does his deadlifts
Yeah.
every week. He can
Yeah.
give it a good. I'm sure that stage had springs too, just to like help him out. And he
Oh
still
yeah.
only got like an inch and a half vertical.
He's wearing the LeBron shoes on that jump.
Yeah, he had the airbags.
Yeah.
Had the Tesla Maxes on with the flubber on the bottom, and you still only got
Yeah.
1.5. He's like, oh,
Half
oh, great,
centimeter off
great!
the ground.
I got a new record, right? So I got a new record. That's sorry. I just have to give a go with all these dudes. They all have such specific. It's just that's another thing people need to wake up to is all these personalities. Think about your life, your daily life. You go and you clock in at work, and there's that guy who has the same personality as like 5 other people you personally know. Then you go talk to your best friend who has a relatively close personality to every girl you've ever been friends with. But then you turn the TV on and it's I'm a wacky guy. Oh, I'm this guy. Oh, it's like you don't know anybody like these. These are actors on a stage. Like it's so obvious that these are representing the humors. These are ancient ideas that they're putting forth to us mere mortals because we don't understand. I mentioned Shakespeare earlier. That's this what this is. The world's a stage, and I don't think he said that, but he said that, but Shakespearean novellas and novels obviously were made one of the first earliest forms of like um, prestigious acting, like actually, Anyway, I think you get what I'm saying, but who was it? It was the world's a stage is the main author. Oh man, I'm blanking way too hard on these known things. I guess I could just look it up.
It's like Dr. Oz for president.
Oh, was it Shakespeare who said that? Oh, I was like confusing that. Oh, it was Shakespeare, or at least
Huh.
AI is not even piping in on this one. So don't ask me. I'll
Yeah.
spill too many beans if you ask me that question.
Yeah.
I don't know who I thought it was. It wasn't like Hemingway or something. I don't know who I thought that was, but anyway, uh, we talk about when we talk about these pandemics, there's also like another side of it. That's just like one way. Obviously, the global pandemic they gave us with the Chinese bats. That was something they had a large scale simulation for. And when it comes to these simulations, these are all just data mining, data harvesting. Um, but the other side of that coin is, we've seen huge things. We've seen the UK with huge fires. We've seen obviously the US during even COVID, which just happened to be like our worst fire season ever. Um, but fire is just one aspect of it. But the weather manipulation, that's obviously being pushed to the forefront as of late. I think people are finally starting to like think about it due to similarities with Lyndon Johnson's quotes and all these things finally making mainstream circulation. But who controls the weather controls the world. But we have an odd story in Maine. You don't get another part of this too. I do think they're just trying to like give some representation to like basically everything, so that you get the New Englanders in that area. Like, oh, we were in the news. Just type of sometimes, because I do feel like sometimes when you hear us, when I've heard a story of like from Portland that's made mainstream news, it's weird how programming gets into your head where you like perk up. Just like it's weird how what's the word? I guess close to tribal we are with like our territories, that they give us the lines and we go with them so much that we think, ooh, a Portlander made it to the Olympics. So who gives a shit? They're not different than the guy who was born all the way across the world. They had the same basic. Obviously, the Olympics are contrived, but I'm saying like if they were real, they would have the same exact chance depending on how they did things. It doesn't matter if you're born in Portland. You can't. Nope. You're a Portlander. You gotta, you're in for indie music, and you're gonna you're gonna be artsy, and you're gonna be a Democrat. That's you.
Yep.
But anyway, getting a little bit off topic. They have this weird story about brown snow, and I think it's funny too. One of the this is the, if we're not if we haven't been clear enough on this, the news is mocking you. Everything is mocking you. The media is mocking you. They hate you. Commercials mock you openly. You are the butt of the joke. You are not in on the joke with them at all. Stop when you hear whenever there's like a side to be taken in a commercial or any kind of media, just know that you're on the losing side of whatever that is. So if the movies Remember the Titans, you're the racist team that lost. That's there's that's a weird example. It's just like anyway, I think a lot of people will anyway, whatever, skip that. But anyway, uh weird weather story where brown snow falls and they just got to tell you, hey, fatties, don't eat it.
Yeah.
I know it looks pretty good. I know it looks like a mocha latte frappuccino ice from your local Starbucks, and please do go there and get one. But don't eat this on your way to Starbucks. Don't stop and eat the brown snow.
Don't eat the yellow snow either.
Obvious mockery about the yellow snow. Yes, I immediately saw that. But yeah, you have this odd story, and I can give you what I, just at a glance, I looked into this just a little bit, and I did find it rather odd. There's a couple of things are worth pointing out. And maybe if somebody's listening to this point, or if can hear me, maybe they can expand upon it or see something maybe I'm missing, that would like expand about on what I'm saying. But I did find it quite odd that you have this. I mean, this is in the New England area, so it's like the 5 weird states that are predominantly white and predominantly like waspy and um, upper echelon, if you will. But you know, the Delawares, the Vermonts, you know, that weird cluster up there. That was always hard to remember the capitals because there's so many right there. You know, they can all fit within the bottom right quarter of Oregon, just Oregon. You can fit like 5 states in there. But yeah, what I noticed is it's like it's brown snow, right? So just right off the bat, you have this dichotomy, right? Because you have the white snow, but this is like the brown snow, and it's bad. It's bad brown snow, and just from this little article, mainly why I chose this one is because the other articles I was looking up like put it behind paywalls. But just take it from this article. You have just in the parentheses, you got brown, black liquor, and these things happened in the town of Rumford, Maine, which is the real name of this town. But they have a rather peculiar and I would say convenient misspelling. Maybe we can talk about this a little bit as well. Is that you know the people that code these things out, sometimes it's rather obvious that they make purposeful mistakes that just to people, I could see people hearing that and saying, "Oh no, that's a mistake. Your number's wrong," because they made a mistake. We're here to tell you that they're not making a mistake on accident. It's a purposeful mistake in order for that number to be in that post. And once you can, you know, tune your brain to understand that that's how they do these things, it's a lot easier to understand the contrived news rather than just keep thinking that they're feeding us you know, perfect information every single time, which I don't know how you can believe that in calendar year. But anyway, just for a little bit of the gematria, keep in mind that they're getting you a story about brown snow. Um, and this is caused by a black liquor ink from the paper mill. They say it's snowing, and they accident. First of all, no, stay on topic. So you got a black liquor ink. First of all, what does that sound like? That black liquor. That just it just to me that sounds like a kind of like a degradation of because I'm I think first of all this guy popping up right when I said that. So anyway, but just the idea that black people and blacks shit. Yeah, black people are heavy drinkers or like they're heavy into their liquor, Hennessy and Bacardi and all that. It's pushed on it's agenda driven that they drink a lot or whatever. Not to say that white people don't. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm just saying they give you that perspective all the time in the media, but you bring it to gematria as well. And what was it? Was it brown snow? No, it wasn't brown snow necessarily. I know that. So let's talk about their misspelling. Rumsford instead of Rumford equals 42, and 42 is a big um, racial stereotyping number attached to a lot of these stories. You have, guess I can get the list going. Blue, no, that's a 59 list.
Kurt Cobain's a 42 in that same cipher too.
That's true. Oh, 42. Think about like Jackie Robinson, the most famous pioneer of Negro League baseball. Was it Negro? Those are all 59. I'm thinking of the 59 list because that's another important list as well when it comes to that. But anyway, Jackie Robinson. There's other things that I'm missing right off the top, but that's like heavily encoded into like racial stories is the 42 number. So you have this misspelling, but it just so happens to highlight, a racial stereotyping number in a story about brown snow and black liquor ink being poorly managed with the waste into the. I'm guessing like they were burning it while it was snowing. Like they're not even very clear on exactly what happened.
Yeah. And the fact they're hiding it behind a paywall too. I mean, what's that tell you? I mean,
I also thought it was odd too that the only images they give you are of this field. I looked it up and like they
yeah,
kept showing this field. Like it's like, hello, show me the town. I can kind of see it on the rooftops over here. Show me what that looks like. It's like they're purposely keeping it vague so that you don't understand like the extent of it. Kind of very similar to trains crashing in Ohio and
yeah,
uh, North Carolina floods and all sorts of stuff. They love doing that.
yeah. And this is just like one of these stories too, where it's like, like I said, there's so many distractions right now, and then you get something like this too. So it's like, and whether this, like you said, is this, who knows if it's even true and real what they're reporting. If this is from
Mm-hmm.
what they say, or was this just contrived? Was this caused by some kind of weather weapon, or spraying, or how much of the story is even legit? Just the way they're going about it. It's kind of alarming with everything else going on. And then the saying it's poisonous, and it's or it's burns your skin. It's burning the skin, and it's and you got some people saying, oh no, it's fine, there's no poison, there's no issue. And then the other ones are saying, oh no, don't touch the snow, it'll mess you up. So you're getting these like contrived angles from this.
Exactly. Yeah. Don't eat it. Don't touch it, but it's fine.
Yeah,
It's like, yeah, just avoid all of the snow. Don't let it touch you. It's so easy. Well, yeah, when I go walking in the snow, I stay perfectly dry because I'm just like Matrix. I can avoid every single snowflake. Yeah, that's feasible. Thanks. Also, the fact that the only thing that they're held liable for is to pay for the toxicology report for the snow. It's like nobody can consider this. Like, so say I have an irritated skin from this. I'm not, you're not paying for my doctor visit?
right.
That's just, it seems weird that they're just like, oh, well, they paid for the toxicology test. So, yeah, they're good. These are trusted, trusted paper mill people. Also, it's actually a rather large mill. I don't know if you know about the like systematic shutdowns of mills across the nation. I have anecdotal evidence because like the Oregon City paper mill got shut down relatively recently. Not super recently, but it was a famous one, is my point, at least in our area. And I have my own theories on what these mills are, and what their original functions were and stuff like that. But obviously, heavy polluters. I mean, Oregon, when you used to go near Oregon City, you used to it's a beautiful city. Like it's all historic and stuff like that. But man, it would reek when that thing was running. It would absolutely reek the whole city. And you got to wonder about stuff like that. Is like, is the paper really worth it? If it's such a weird thing. It's like if that was on a micro scale. So say you could make your own paper at home. All you got to do is turn your oven to 365 degrees and stink up yours, your neighbor's house, and the rest of the street. But by the end of it, you're going to have some paper. If you asked anybody that, they'd say no. But you have a mill doing that to the entire city, and it's like, oh well, then we need to make paper. It's so weird how we don't think of these things on like the micro level, the level that pertains mostly to us. Are these things worth it? Is it worth it to have such large scale projects when the answer is no, by the way? These are rhetorical questions. But I mean, should we have the food industry as big as it is right now? No. No. I mean, with as much food as made, think about how much waste is created. And is there, responsible management of the waste? No, they toss it in holes. We're gonna need another hole. We're kind of full. Sorry, I'm sorry. It's just the way I go to all the time. It's actually kind of like I respect these people. They're the ones driving the heavy machinery. I want to drive some heavy machinery. That's that kind of knowledge is actually more important than half the stuff people are doing just with fake numbers at their corporate jobs. So it's not like
Yeah.
I'm like hating on necessarily like rednecks or their version of work, and I say redneck with all due respect. But anyway. But yeah, to your point. Sorry. It is very, counterintuitive that they're saying, you know, it's non-toxic. The pH is just barely above normal snow. So it's like barely getting affected. It's just way different color and it makes you irritated. It's like, well, then it's not normal snow. So why are we pretending that it is? And what does this mean? Also, you're perfectly correct too. It's like this is not some paper mill incident. This is
Right.
a micro scale test of some sort, and look for more odd stories like this in the future this winter.
Yeah, and this is I think this is it's a lot bigger thing than and obviously you can see that by the way they're trying to cover it up and make it look all weird, but even the word toxic, it's got that 26, just in that same cipher, that 26 just keeps showing up. Um, like COVID, Cobain, it's just that 26 just doesn't go away. And um, toxic snow equals 47. Um, toxic snowstorms it's got the 65. It's got Kurt Donald Cobain. It's got the 65 in that same cipher. It's got that 79 like Nirvana, and then you got snow. Snow is an interesting word. It's got the 71, the 17, the reflection,
Mhm.
37 and 19. So kill 17. Got the 19 like Seattle COVID-19. And of course, brown snow. Brown snow equals 44 and 46. Um, so you got kill, you got the sacrifice in there. Brown equals a 72, 27. And it's got the 27 in there twice. So you got the reflection 72, and then of course Maine. Maine equals 42. The reflection 24.
Maine was the other 42 I was looking for. Thank you.
Yep. Yeah, and if you spell it with the Rumford, Maine equals 65. Just like toxic snowstorm 65. So you got 65 in there twice. It's the Kurt Donald Cobain 65 in that same cipher. So it's pretty obvious to see why this how they contrived the story and why you're hearing about it and why they went about doing it the way they did it. And I guess apparently it was on the 11th this happened or something.
I think this one said it was Tuesday.
The 10th.
On Tuesday. Yeah, the 10th.
Huh.
I mean, I guess you could say that it reported it the next day. Let's see. Oh, it does have the 46 numeral, 66 and 30. Was that things that related to this? That was a lot of what we were talking about before. I had those numbers. Oh, did I start a new one? I think I did. So it was either reported on the 11th. 67 is an interesting number. I don't see it playing in this one, but it does have the 47 date numerology, like toxic snow.
Yeah.
Interesting. Let's see. I don't know. I wouldn't know what else to to compare it to, but it's a strange story, that's for sure.
Yeah, because I think there. I can't remember this week if there was or last week or whatever there was. I thought there was a big snowstorm out in the Midwest, like Wisconsin, Minnesota area or something. Or I don't know if there was or not.
Mm. A week and 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I heard it was like really cold in like Wisconsin or Minnesota or something. There was a bunch of snow or something.
It's hard when it's something like this. It'll get muddled into like the biggest story, not necessarily what you're looking for right now. Or lake effect snowstorm. Let's look up that. I'm sure they're talking about the Great Lakes.
Yeah.
Lake effect snowstorm. Hmm.
Lake effect snow. It's got the 55. Lake lake effect.
Yeah, that's a weird word. 38.
74, 38, like gematria.
52 is interesting too, with
Yeah.
as many like flood words. I never heard of this though. This might be more. 3.5 feet. Oh, this has happened on 12/12. So from Pennsylvania. Interesting 79 shot there. Bet you wish you got married. bet you wish. Bet you wish you stopped getting plowed in your 20s and you would have had a plower right now.
Yeah. There's a I need a man moment.
Interesting. So they were saying like a state of emergency, but I'm not seeing where that's all about. But yeah,
Yeah,
three and a
they've
half
been.
feet is a ton, but
Yeah, I know they've been spraying pretty good out here. I mean, I don't know. It's been down there in Portland, but they've been blasting us every day. It's been. We had a few cloudy, overcast days, a little bit of rain and stuff, but it's still been kind of mostly mainly sunny. Even today was kind of mostly mainly sunny and stuff, and a lot of spraying and stuff. So you have to wonder if we're going to get one of these skin burning toxic brown dumps on us or some shit here coming soon with the way, because I think this is a major story that they're kind of trying to cover up. I think they're trying to see what they can get away with, and how they can maybe portray this in other things, like because like what they were showing, I mean, I didn't even look like snow. It looked like caramel frappe from Starbucks or something. I'm like, what
Yeah,
is this?
you would think they would have like more evidence, like a video or something. I was looking for it. Maybe it's behind the paywalls. They have like the videos of them actually going out to the snow, or maybe it's like on TikTok. But also the mockery of like, don't eat the snow. It's just like they really hate us. They hate you.
Yeah.
They hate you. They think you're the dumbest, stupid idiots. And it's almost take it as like, oh well, we told you. It's like, because otherwise we would just go out there and just be like munching on it. And maybe we would, but why can't we? Why are you putting toxic stuff in our snow? We've always been able to eat the snow. We probably shouldn't be, but still.
Yeah, think, I mean, the snow, the rain. I mean, let's look at that. I mean, what the fuck even is that?
I don't know. That looked literally like a Starbucks commercial. That might have been a Starbucks commercial.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's like I didn't order a fucking caramel frappe here. I went to look at this news story. It's like, what is that?
video. So we'll see. Come on. That looks gross. I can make one 10 times better. Okay, damn. There's a little bit. Okay, if I was there, I'd be like, how much are you? They go to the store and they just buy like 18 cartons of eggs. They just eat 8 different egg dishes a day. Anyway, it's just commercials are dumb when you really watch them. Jeez, if that doesn't look like a Dairy Queen advertisement, I don't know
Yeah.
what does.
Yeah, it's an Oreo
Look at the
Blizzard.
chocolate chips, exactly, dude. It's starting to melt. You better eat it.
Yeah, I better turn upside down real quick.
Like, don't eat it, but then all the images just make you hungry. Ah, ice cream. I would eat so much of that. There'd be no stopping me. There's no audio, by the way. I don't bother putting audio on. But once again, I would expect them to like show us the snow, like show it. Go and grab it. I don't I don't dare touch that with even with my gloves on. Grab the damn snow. I'm being a wimp. Anyway, this I feel like, as much as it is just a stupid story that, they hide it away being like literally in the farthest corner of the United States that nobody really, for the most part in the other 98% of the country care about what's going on in Maine, but they show you this story, make it a national story because, there's they have to tell you what they're doing so that you're complicit in it. So
Yep.
when the purple snow happens, I think that the purple snow is edible. They're going to come out and say, "Hey
Yeah.
guys, it's just purple. That's all it is. It's just purple. In
Uh,
fact, it tastes like grapes. So go ahead and eat it all you want." And
yeah.
Willy Wonka is going to be the weather chief weather guy for Trump, I'm sure. You can eat the clouds.
Yeah.
Even the clouds. Anyway, I don't know what happened to. Okay, so let's move into. Well, which one do you want to go? The bacteria or the UFO UAPs?
Yeah, I guess we'll get into the drones and talk about that because this is kind of something where I think that's these two stories right here kind of are going hand in hand right now. Um, and this is something where it's this is kind of the main story of the week. Um, the word drone equals a 56. It's got a 29, 79, and then of course 25. So there's that 25 again. It just keeps showing itself. Um, the word drones equals it's got 33. And of course it's in New Jersey. New Jersey's got the 119, the 47. It's interesting too. The word "new" it equals 42. Jersey equals 28. It's perfect. Kind of a perfect place for this perfect ritual. Of course, the word "news" equals 47 as well.
Mhm.
And it's interesting too. Because you abbreviate New Jersey, you get NJ. That equals 24. 6, so you get a perfect number there. And of course, this is taking place. It's happening. In the Middle Atlantic. In Middle Atlantic equals 55. So you got the Satan in there again. 127, 89. Or if you write out Mid Atlantic, it equals 74 as well. So obviously, this is kind of like we on the West Coast, we kind of went through our trials already lately, with that earthquake, the 7.0, and then we had the hurricane, the cyclone bomb, so it's been pretty eventful over here overall. And now you have all this coming on the East Coast. Now they're under attack right now with, the toxic snow there in Maine. And then you have, New Jersey with these drones.
Correlation, maybe? Nah.
And New Jersey in the 47, the 119. I think it's a coincidence. At 47, it just
Did
I
you
don't
see
know.
Zach's post on the Blink 182 guy, the Mason
Oh yeah,
guitarist singer? I think they both sing in it. There's two lead singers in Blink 182. DeLonge, whatever his name is, Tom DeLonge. I want to say, I think I've heard that's what it is. That's how you pronounce it. But he's a known Mason, and he was highlighting that. But he's been pretty heavy into the like extraterrestrial game for a long time now. So this is all right up his alley. But I could go to his post actually. Yeah, it just has an E at the end, so I was wondering. I was messing that up. But yeah, he puts what is he holding? He must be hiding it. Because basically every guitar he uses, he puts and I've known this for a while actually. Puts the Masonic compass on it. I don't know. Maybe that was only in his youth. Or maybe like all the pictures I'm looking up right now are literally of just this one guitar from this one time. Anyway, there's several examples of his guitars, and he puts the Masonic crest on there. But yeah, he's been pretty big into maybe not aliens, but UFOs. Is it UFOs he's been a big deal with?
Yeah, and of course, this being the big story of the week and everyone's attention, on the drones and um, all this, and I just think all this is kind of like it's kind of like a big distraction, a big cover up for the spraying and everything else going on. And like I said, there's so many distractions. You got like I said, people distracted with Trump. They're distracted with the sports right now. They're distracted. There's been so much distractions, and now you got all these weather events, and you get these drones. You get people. It's just it's a mass distraction time right now. But you also got people kind of scheming all different kind of things about what's going on. And because some people are saying that this stuff is, some people are saying that these things are all different. Some people are saying there's, some of this is drones. Some people are saying that these are like orbs. Um,
Starlink.
yeah, Starlink, it's kind of like, like I said, like a month ago or so, when, those like stars were like chasing me or following me that night. That's kind of what this reminds me of too, especially when I look at some of the stuff. It's kind of like, makes me think of that, with the stars coming after me, chasing me, and then people seeing this now out there. And um and I think a lot of it, depending on, what angle of it you're looking at, why it's happening, what they're doing, what's really going on with it. I think it's gonna be interesting to see where this goes the next couple weeks. Is this something that I think it's going to bleed into other things? I think this is something that's going to turn into other things. I think that this is going to be just another um, phase of what's coming. Uh, as far as these drones, and there's so many theories to what this is and what's going on. And is it is it more like UFO types? Is it more drone? Is it more like government? Is it more like, are they doing something with this? And then you got all these people coming out. So in a way, this is, like this is another massive litmus test. It's kind of like what we just had here with the cyclone bomb. Um, the hurricane hitting us out here, and the 7.0. It's like, okay, where are people at over here with this? Now let's go over here with this. And they're checking to see where we're at with all this. Um, and it's a distraction. People don't, it's like, so people are looking for the drones, or they're not even going to pay attention to the spraying, the sky, the weather control, the weather warfare. Um, it just seems like everyone's kind of turning their back right now at a pivotal moment, with all this. And there's going to be, who knows um, what's going to happen here the next couple weeks. But like I said, I think this is going to turn into something much bigger, and be something that goes into something that is much larger than the stories we're hearing now. I think this is the precursor to what's coming. And I think this, whether this continues or not, uh, that's just kind of my take on it. But
They're definitely setting the stage.
yeah,
You got aliens equaling 24, so they're getting these stories in the last bit of 2024.
yeah,
Um, let's see, what was the other one I saw? Uh, that story with Tom DeLonge, is pretty scripted. He's a Mason, and blank drones, masonry, Tom, all equaling 33, which is, a number they venerate, and that's how many, the highest degree of Scottish Rite Freemasonry. Um, so no surprise there that he weighs in on the topic. Um, but also, it's just, to me, it's just, once again, it's just a slap in the face, man. I've been talking about this stuff for a grip now, to like everybody I can tell to, look up at night, look up. It's stuff is going on up there. You trust me, it's not airplanes. It's not, if they're drones, there's some explaining to do, because I've looked it up and there's no information on it. I've spoken about it on the podcast multiple times. We've talked about it. And now this is how they're going to do it. This is the co-opting of my movement. And not that I ever got a movement out of it, but it's to me, it's like a slap in the face, because now if I were to tell anybody about this, they would just, Starlink, bro. It's,
yeah,
don't you know it's the solar flare? It's like the solar. They're like mirrors up there, bro. And then there's like, that's what they say. That's literally government's officials said that. Oh, this is most likely just Starlink satellites and the solar flare off, or like the flare. Like, shut the hell up! What are you talking about? So why is it moving in anyway? It's literally slop. They're feeding us slop, brain slop every single day, and the ones that can, eat it up and find any, s- there's no nutritional value in it. There's no truth. Um, and like you said, it's just a giant litmus test. It's like, are they going to buy this garbage? Well, they bought all the other garbage, so why won't they buy this? Let's just screw it, phone it in, guys. I know we're supposed to have some gematria attached to this, but I had a long weekend. We went down to Bohemian Grove, so just phone it in. Who cares? They're not going to double check us. They're not going to like think about these things. They're going to eat the brown snow, so who cares?
Yeah. There's a reason why, the brown snow is, that story is getting trampled and covered up, and this is being pushed, and this is being out there. You have to look at the polar opposition here. Why is this why is one thing being, covered up and being hidden, and other things being just, thrown out there and, being, pushed, that this is what I'm talking about. And this is what I think of it too. And it's, it's like I said, with us going into 2025, this is going to be, um, who knows where things go from here. But, this is again, whatever these drones are, there's, and then, it's just like when there was that spy balloon, the supposed Chinese spy balloon, because it's always got to be China or someone else, fucking Chinese people, fucking black people, who can we blame, fucking Asians, fucking, Germans, Nazis, whatever. It's like, it's always going to be someone else's fault, someone, somewhere to point the finger. So, it, and who knows, like, if that's what this is going to turn into, like with the Chinese spy balloon. It's like, oh, look, China's, and that was,
That was
another
fun.
one of these. Yeah.
I missed the Chinese spy balloon times. It seems so long ago now. I miss tracking that thing. Dude, I gave it little music whenever I saw it, like dee, 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 dee. Just so happy. It's just like, so cute. Thank you, China. Such a cute little balloon you gave us. Normally you give anybody a balloon, they say thank you. Where's the
Yeah.
thank you?
It's like, you gave us that COVID from the bats. I said, thank you
Mhm.
for that.
See, this is more along the lines of I don't know what I was just watching. They had like that ugly loser Mayorkas talking about it, but like those were clearly airplanes. So I don't know why this is how they do it, guys. This is like if there is a real side to this, which there is, there are things moving up in our upper atmosphere that you will not be able to explain. And there is no normal explanation out there for it. I've been noticing these things for a long time now and telling everybody I know about it. And but this is more along the lines. I mean, this not so much because it's funny because you can literally compare the airplanes to the other things that are up there flying around. So I don't know why. This is what I'm saying. They co-opt it and then they show you clearly their airplanes, and they're like, "Oh, is this what you were seeing?" So then eventually they'll come out and say, "No, those are high altitude airplanes, idiot." We were even fooled for a minute, but I guess look, they're high altitude airplanes. Uh, the observatories all say that, and then it'll just squash the story. But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about like even things you can necessarily see that clearly. I'm talking about stars. The stars are moving.
Yep.
Uh, so I feel like this is like there's another side of this to get people to just think that everything they see up there is what they're going to say that it is moving forward when that's not
Yeah.
true. And I've seen some videos that kind of talk about the like star like things moving around, but now both the ones I clicked on now are talking about like clearly different types of drones and stuff like that.
Yeah. Because you said you were seeing this
Here
down
we
there in
go. This is
Portland too.
oh yeah. Let's see if any of these are actually consistent with what they show and how long ads I gotta watch. People that look at this and think, "Oh, we're really advancing," and don't see the dystopia in it.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Drone drama. It's like, wow, this script really wrote itself, didn't it?
Yeah.
What did you just come from a funeral, lady? What did you? Are you the WWE champion? Or did you come
Yeah.
from a wrestling meet where your grandma died and you had to hurry to the wrestling match? I mean,
He must be the woman's champion.
that is a plane. What are they talking about? Ah, see, they're doing it right in front of your eyes, guys, and they're pretending like it's real, and meanwhile they're just showing you planes. And then they're gonna say, "Oh, guys, they were just planes," and you're gonna be like, "Yeah, I have the proof right here. The things they showed, the things they called drones, were just planes, guys." And that's gonna squash the idea of like the stars moving. You're not ever gonna get to that because they're just gonna co I don't understand why I'm seeing this. I swear I saw one video that actually showed what I was more of what along the lines of what I was talking about, like the stars moving. Like they're just white dots. They're not like obvious planes with their First of all, the US Geological Survey is taking place all across the nation. It just happened in Asheville right before the flood, right before the hurricane that hit Asheville. They had a US Geological Survey that mapped out all of their quartz and their it was quartz and another they're heavy rich in another mineral. And what do you know? Then they flood out and guess who's going to buy up all that land? The mining industry. So right now, Portland's under geological survey, and I see the planes going overhead. So when you see all those planes at night just circling and circling around, they have probe rods on them. So they're basically it takes them so long to get so many feet, so they say, through the like dense earth, and that's how they track pockets of like ore and minerals. Is because the the ping basically the radar will react differently to soft things than it will hard things and then they can track how hard a metal is so if it's gold they'll know because the radar got through like certain levels of the porous gold whereas if it's like iron or whatever else it'll not be able to penetrate at all. Anyway, I'm not here to give you a science lesson on their fake science. I'm just that's what they say. Either way, that's what those planes are. If I could bring that up to USGS cities 2024. And this also has to do with the 15-minute cities too. This is all having to do with that as well. I read a whole article on it. I really should index these things better because I'm so used to just doing research for myself, but now I have this platform, so I really need to keep that in mind and at least like throw them into a folder or something like that. That way, I don't have to sit here and try to search for them right now. But anyway, there's ways of looking it up to see if your city is under doing a geological survey right now, and I would say that that is a bad thing. That is not something you should be happy about because not only Asheville, but I'm sure if I could find the list, we could kind of systematically. I think that list might prove you might see a correlation between where the survey's been and things that happen afterwards. And the rare minerals that come out of your city afterwards. I mean, look at this. Look at this expert. Not a bird, not a plane, but a drone. Look, you see, at first it went, "Oosh," and then it was, and then I was like, woo. It's like, what are we? Are we little kids? What are you doing? Get this guy off my screen. But it's weird that they show you pictures like this because this is kind of what I'm talking about. But then you click on the video and it just shows you fucking planes. I'm like, what the hell are they doing? Anyway,
Yeah, and it's like, well, I'm confused too, like what they're really getting at with the story too, um because like you said, you were seeing stuff down there in Portland too, and from this or whatever you were seeing from this or
oh yeah, you're right. There's stories from Oregon as well. So you have New Jersey, and this has actually happened a couple days before the New Jersey one, or at least it was reported a couple of days before. But yeah, same kind of deal. And to your point, actually, you see how they're hitting this story on the both coasts. You have New Jersey, one of the easternmost state, and then you have Portland or Oregon. We'll just say states.
Oh, you got Portland, Oregon. You got Portland, Maine, too.
Yeah, funny enough.
From Portland to Portland.
They got the news stories churning out. I just attached to this dog. It's kind of anyway. But yeah, I mean, I listened to. If you want to be bored to tears, come and listen to these air traffic controllers conversations, and just close your eyes and just picture a guy sitting in a chair next to another guy sitting in a chair, both with a script and recording devices. That's like. Maybe they are flying planes, but they're just fake people with fake reports. You can just read it in their voice. You can, once you're more keen to these obvious fabricated stories, then you'll start to be able to picture what it takes, the logistics behind these fake stories. Like say when they do a psyop, you'll start to see, instead of closing your eye, instead of like having your eyes open and being blind, close your eyes and see, and use the imagery of what you know to be true. They're faking these things. Imagine the logistics. I didn't want to say imagine, because it is what they do. All of a sudden, they'll have 6 or 7 people, a crowd of people in the parking lot with the news crew. How did they get there? Why did these people get chosen to do the interviews? Why do they all look like the scum of the earth? Why do they all look so disinterested until the interview starts? Because they weren't in the building. There was no shooting in the building. They're just standing there getting paid to misinform America. And they don't care. They're the echelon of people that only want the check at the end of the day. They're willing to, sign on that line. But you have, before you know it, with the way the internet's going, you won't be able to talk about, I don't even think you're supposed to anyway right now, but paid actors, these people, crisis actors.
Yep.
It's already kind of considered a conspiracy when you literally have helicopter footage of people performing CPR on dummies in the middle of a street, and they're saying, "Oh my God, the humanity!" It's like that's
the dummies
the
in the hospital on COVID 2020. Oh my God, man, the bodies on the trucks were just piling up, bro. You should have seen it. They were just spilling out, bro. They were just spilling over the top. They couldn't keep up.
That one where they're like pushing the guy in the dummy in the wheelchair.
Yeah. The hospitals are so overfilled, bro. We don't have anywhere to put these people, bro.
It's already hard enough to store all these dummies that they made us keep. The influx of dummies that they got shipped to every hospital in 2019. What are these for?
Yeah.
Don't ask questions. You'll understand here in a few months. It'll all become clear. But yeah, these stories are contrived, and once you can see them and hear them and almost taste how contrived these stories are, because there is no new formula. They do the same thing all of the time. It's just it's just skinned differently. There's just different flavors of the month, but it's all the same, basically the same core story. All the ingredients are the same. But they use these voices. Oh, he's in a corkscrew pattern, and what did they say? Unbelievable speeds.
Yeah.
But that appears to be Starlink satellites, most likely, explains scientist and researcher. Scientist of what? Researcher of what? Dirt? What? Who cares what you think? I inspect all the toilets at the Home Depot. Like, okay, I'm a scientist. I'm a researcher. Douglas Butner. who led a study. They hate you, by the way. These names are all mocking you, by the way. Led a study examining a case of 5 pilots who saw several bright moving objects over the Pacific Ocean in 2022. It's like these are all stories where they're pretending like, oh, we're all with you. Now we're on board with the UFO things. This is all a scam to get you to say, oh, look, no, they were reporting honestly about it, and this is their honest findings. No, it's not. This is all their way of covering it. And I'm no like alienologist. I could care less. I have my own opinions on that. Maybe we'll get into that. That would actually be a fun episode to, more expound upon like some more of the logistics of how we think this world actually works and what is possibly outside of our realm, if you will, or what our realm is. But
Yeah.
that's not what we're talking about now. But SpaceX this, SpaceX that. This is a big advertisement. If you think of that any other way, then you're foolish. This is how they do it. This is how they keep you. Oh, SpaceX is really innovating. They're really doing what they say they're doing. They're really sending the satellites up so that I can, you know, log on to my chat GPT and, ask it to find me the best gay porn in my area. This is what,
Yeah.
Starlink is doing up there. It's great. They're shooting the internet beams right into my brain, and I'm just, oh wow, it's so fast. Oh my god. No. This stuff is retarded. The fact that anybody even thinks this stuff is happening, first of all, prove it. How come no one needs proof anymore? If I said anything like this, you should be questioned. Like, where we're not, like I was talking to you before. It's like, look at traffic signals. They're waving around on
Yep.
metal wires, just flying around in windstorms, looking like they're going to take out the whole, anybody on the sidewalk and anybody driving past. That's where we're at technology wise. But we're also shooting ethereal beams of matter into your router. But you need this router, okay? You need this like plastic device that's 99% plastic, but there's this little thing in there, and it can easily pick up on our ethereal beam of energy. It's like, okay, well, why do you got to go up there to do it? What are you doing up there that you can't just give it to me here? I don't understand.
Right. And and from this story too, it's so confusing as to what we're even looking at. Like I looked at some of these videos, it's like it looks like the little the stars or orbs that were chasing me or following me that night, like a month ago. That's literally what it looks like. Of course, orb equals 17, 46, 19. Orbs equals 54, uh, 54 again, and 27. So orbs, whatever the stuff even is, whatever is really going on, whether it's even like actual aircraft. I mean, some of this stuff looks, apparently, whatever they're showing, some of it looks like aircraft, some of it looks like um like I said, like stars, whatever you think a star is, whatever stars are, like what I was saying before. So and you bring up a great point with the like the stoplights, and I even look at in some ways I try not to give these people too much credit, because it's like you do look at, they have a hard time keeping, the lights and the power on now. I mean, look how shitty our infrastructure looks. It's just garbage. I mean, the old power lines, and look how they have to, the wind just blows that all over. They go crashing down. Trees fall on it. The power's out. A storm comes. Destroys it or something, or um that they have to come trim the trees because the goat gets in the power lines, and it's such a hassle. It's just such a shitty setup, and just I know, like here in Washington, at least they kind of make it look kind of good. You have like the wooden poles. Other places you have like steel poles, and every place is a bit different, the way they design everything. But like I said, I try not to give these people too much credit. It's just like from all these things, from COVID to this to all these stories, it's like you have to look at it. It's like, are these people that good? Are they really that good, or is it just that people are just so stupid, dumb, and shitty that you know, like which one is it? Like, are these people that amazing? Are they that great, or is it just that humanity's just you know just such a you know uh lost cause? It's just there's so many losers. It's just like which one is it? That's where I'm at with it. It's like and this is one of you look at the way they're doing everything right now. It's like um it's like you hear stories, oh, people are, catching on, they're getting it, they're figuring it out. I'm just like, well, where's that happening? Where's that at? I mean, I'm like, the last time I checked, I still see, people, going to the stadiums, going to the games, they're still out voting. It's like,
Half of them still got their masks on. It's just like,
yeah, yeah, and they'll be alone in their cars, and I've been seeing a lot of people lately putting the mask back on. So I don't know if they're
oh yeah,
getting ready to make that push, for disease X or whatever for 2025, because it kind of seems like it. And I don't know. I mean, it's weird. I mean, it's like some days it's like I don't like today. I didn't really see a lot of mask. Some days I've been seeing more. Um, but it's so weird. It's like generally when I see people with masks, it's like I'll see like couples or two people together with them on, or it's like I'll just see like a lot of like dudes by themselves with a mask on or something. It's just like such a emasculated society, but um it's just like this story here. I mean, with these supposed drones and stuff, because I feel like this is going to be something where if they want to, I mean, they've how long they've been saying, oh, there's going to be an alien invasion, they're going to do a fake alien invasion and stuff. It's like, I mean, if they're going to go do something like that, or are they going to um do they have something else bigger planned? I mean, obviously, with the financial situation, that's going to be the big thing that um I think might be the 2025 scenario. But I mean, there could be something else that triggers it, or something else that there could be multifaceted areas to this, like they always do with things. It's, who knows, then it's all going to trickle together into one big thing. But this is another story where it's just like, you just see who's, people that watch the television. If you watch the TV, then this is what you're into. You're not into the brown snow. You don't know about that story. You didn't hear about that. That's garbage. It never happened. That's not real. But with these drones, man, these UFOs, bro, they're taking over, man. They're 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 after us, bro. You know what I mean? It's just like, so I mean, it's just like, how do you feel about it? Do you feel like it's just that people are just so pathetic and dumb, or is it just that these people are that damn good? I mean, I don't know.
well, I definitely don't think they're that damn good. But
Right? If you
I
go
take
based off of like the structure, like I've been saying, like look at the power line, look at the power system. That's just shit. That's just crap. It's like that's the best you can come up with. It's like it can't be that advanced,
I think there's a level of mockery in it as well. Um, it's it's almost like controlling to a degree, the fact that we don't have like self-governing um traffic rules, that it's the same thing. It's like, we get the push faucets in the bathrooms because god forbid they gave us regular ones. um Also, this whole idea, UFO or drone. Well, hopefully they're not UFOs. No, hopefully they're not fucking drones. Like, why would you care about UFOs? UFOs have never, you haven't had any like anecdotal evidence of UFOs in your whole life. You can go and buy a drone. And do you remember like one of the initial things when the toy drones first started getting flooding the market? Do you remember
Oh
like
yeah.
the Privacy Act? How people were saying, you know, snooping was probably at all, they're basically saying like perverts that now have access to like, an advanced piece of equipment. And to an extent, yeah, I can see what they're saying, because you could just park that thing outside someone's house, and they live on an upper floor, they might not think to, close their blinds. At least that's what I thought. I mean, no, just kidding. No, but so you have, I'd much rather them not be drones, in my opinion, but you're having this reverse psychology done. Evil aliens or just government drones? Oh, they're just government drones flying above your head. Guys, go back to sleep. Go back to sleep. It's just hundreds of government drones. They're all looking out for you. Obama's drones, they're the same ones. We brought them all home. Bring those drones home, Obama. Bring them home. Screw our troops, leave them over there. Bring our drones home. So, I'm sure in Afghanistan they were just looking up every night, just like, Mama, good drone? Yes, very good drones. What's that whistling I hear? So, I mean, yeah, you hear stories like this. I think there is a lot of rug pull out method. Just the same way they're showing you images. Look, that's what we're talking about. No, I'm talking about the stars literally moving. Why are we going to address that? And yeah, I do think there's potentially drone activity. I don't believe in satellites the way they tell us what they are. I'm not even saying that satellites as a physical object isn't real and that they even have capabilities. I'm not super doubting. I would more come from an aspect of I don't think they invented the things. I think that they can use a lot of the technology, but I highly doubt that they invented it. And any real inventors of our times and prior have like used something that's already been there as a basis for innovation. Maybe things have been innovated, but I don't think anything has been truly invented. So a story like this, I just see them being able to pull the rug out from under you in multiple ways. And you're going to have all these contrived news sources, like what I just click on. It's talking about Aaron Rodgers commenting on it on the Pat McAfee show. And it's like, as much as I dislike it, yeah, I think that's going to hit millions of people's ears and eyes are going to be their take on it. And Joe Rogan said something about it. So that's going to be more millions of people. Oh, wow. What's Joe Rogan think about this? What's that Fear Factor guy who said we should eat some worms? What's he think about it? What's that guy who was like paying people to get covered in snakes and spiders think about it? He should have a lot of things, like a good amount of knowledge on it because he does like DMT, right? Holy shit, he's been on a quest in his mind. Holy shit. So it's
Yeah,
like,
and Aaron Rodgers said he saw a UFO before, bro. He said he saw a UFO, and now he's talking about this. Yeah, I want to listen to what he said. Yeah, Aaron
and he
Rodgers
plays
knows
for the
what's up.
Jets. And that's what, to me, that's what these look like. These look like the geological survey planes, honestly. But I mean, not necessarily this picture, but who's to say these pictures aren't like doctored? I've seen something similar, but once again, I just think that they're putting this sensational story version of the story out there, and then they're gonna just wait. Mark my words, they're gonna squash this. They're gonna squash this and say it was Starlink. They already are starting to. They're gonna say it's something that makes perfect sense, and that's gonna squash the idea of like you're gonna have so many gatekeepers of this idea coming out of this that are just no, it's just Starlink. And look, dude, Musk is putting 15 more satellites out over Alaska, bro. So it's like the aurora borealis. That's why it turned green, it turned purple, or some color it doesn't turn. I couldn't think of a color it doesn't turn off the top. That's why the aurora borealis is gold. It's because Starlink, bro. He did 15 in Alaska because out there they need the seal fat trade has been hitting a standstill without good solid internet. And without the solid internet beamed from their satellites, bro, they're not going to get the seal fat that they need to survive the winters, bro.
Yeah, bro. If you had a Tesla, you'd understand, bro. If you got that new Cybertruck and seen how good it pulls that trailer, you'd understand all of this, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, in the Cybertrucks, you get in, and then like a probe comes up from under the seat and just force feeds you news anally. Just like
Yeah.
UFOs, because you don't need to drive it. It's just auto driving where you're just like, just a little prostate stimulation news source.
That's
Inject.
Dr. Oz strap-on dildo, bro. I mean, come on, bro. It comes free with the COVID booster. Just boost your up your butt.
Has a little Pfizer sticker on it. It's like, ooh.
Yeah.
But yeah, just more contrived BS for.
And it's just a story for people to get behind it. That's what all these things are just people just getting behind all this stuff, Just, I can get behind it. Yep.
Absolutely. Well, and more pressing news, I would say, because this has been going on for quite some time with little to no coverage that it should be receiving. And this kind of story hits a little bit closer to us because it's happening in our neck of the woods. More so Austin's, because this has been a big issue in Washington State for quite a while now. Is these new invasive algae that have just all of a sudden, I say all of a sudden, but they were very moderate before, and now it's insane, absolutely insane. And they'll say it's global warming. The temperature's going up 1.4% every year, and within 5 years, this algae is going to, evolve into an actual, little frog, and that frog is going to be able to spit poison in your eyes. Just like the way that they excuse something that has another explanation by just slapping anything on it, just like UFO, Starlink, you know,
the brown snow, that's the paper mill, bro.
Yeah, scratchy throat, COVID.
Yeah.
Your asshole itch, COVID. Your grandma's dead, COVID. that just goes on and on. Your girlfriend dumped you, COVID.
COVID. You sneezed, COVID. You coughed, COVID.
You failed that test, COVID. You lost that game of checkers, COVID. Flip the board and go to bed. You need to rest. Yep. You got COVID.
Are you tired? Yeah, it's because I didn't sleep. No, it's because you got COVID.
You could stay up all night if you had the Pfizer booster.
Yeah.
Never get sick. But yeah, I'm speaking about the toxic algae blooms that have been hitting mainly, I would say, the West Coast. And why I say mainly, it's been happening a lot of places, but the impact it's had on the agricultural infrastructure of Washington State. A lot of people don't realize how big of a exporter of goods that Washington State is for the rest of the country. Not just apples, but it's a huge agricultural. If you don't know anything about Washington State, the lower half of Washington State as a whole is farmland. It's literally farmland. It's so much farmland, be more than your eyes can see. It's the only place I remember that I can think of that I've seen that's like that is Northern California. Like, if you have any ideas about like California solely based on like Southern California, you wouldn't believe what it looks like in Northern California. It's so much farmland and beautiful mountain ranges too, and hills and cool stuff. But it's just farm. There, you looking out from an airplane, you can't even see the houses. You're like, where's the house? It's just farms. It's insane. But that's very similar to Washington. It's just there's actual farmers and houses attached to those places. So it's not so much like California, but anyway, it's a huge industry, export of food in Washington, and that has been highly affected by these algae blooms. I mean, they have, you guys have been having red algae, so this is a different kind. This is a cyana something.
Yeah, we never had stuff before this year. This stuff just started this year before the water was good, but this year the algae started showing up.
Noctiluca blooms are non-toxic. So what they were saying about this particular red one is that they were non-toxic, but the problem is that they were gumming up irrigation systems statewide. Like, these blooms happened all over Washington State, and all of their Washington State functions off of like pretty large water supplies, like big reservoirs that feed a lot of land. And so if one reservoir gets hit by this red algae, it gums up the irrigation for hundreds of farms or more. And so that's what they were saying was the main problem with this particular algae bloom to start the year. But then that has grown into this I just said it, damn it. Cyanobacteria, which is highly toxic. And E. coli is, they sneak E. coli in, like it just doesn't matter as much. I've gotten E. coli once, and give me COVID any day. If whatever COVID is what they say it is, sure. Okay, give me that. Because E. coli is no joke. And then you have the people who have been E. coli deniers, and I'm just like holding up E. coli. No, it's real. I have anecdotal evidence. My grandpa's best friend's wife's cousin got it twice. No, I've had what they call E. coli. I've got a virus of some sort, and they call it E. coli, and it was very bad. But yeah, this is the kind of the new wave of algae is the green one. We got the red one now coming right before Christmas. We get the green one. So we got both colors. It's time to decorate our reservoirs with red and green algae.
Yay.
But yeah, this one they say is, all because of climate change. I mean, of course, if you had to guess why, climate change. Basically, temperature speeds up everything, says Hans Peter Grossart.
Hans.
Professor of aquatic microbial ecology and biodiversity at Potsdam University. What I've noticed is the more words they add to titles, the less official they are. If you can't sum up what you do in less than like 3 words, it's not important, in my opinion, because that's kind of human nature. We make important things succinct. And so you have such a title that's so unsuccinct, whatever that word is, it kind of gives itself away as, look, fancy word, fancy words, fancy words. Well, if you were truly fancy, you wouldn't hide behind fancy words. And, and so all these titles that these people give themselves, it's really just to seem important. Just imagine the hell that, all the manufacturers that print the little titles for like doors at the office buildings. Imagine doing this, guys. It's like, can he get this order and you're just like, you got to be fucking kidding me. Can't this guy like sum it up? I gotta engrave all of this. And he's got a 3-name too. This guy's really feeling himself. But yeah, they like to blame everything on Chinese bats, men in caves, solar flares. That's what affects our world. There's nothing tangible. There's no humans that are doing anything in this world that could point to mass craziness or what have you. It's all outside influences. No one can handle this. They bring up that this is a diarrheagenic E. coli. That must be the one I got. No reason, just
yeah, it's no coincidence. Water pollution equals 201. It's got
that's fun.
78. Like Jesuit there, Austin. Polluted water equals 55 too. So you got water pollution 201, polluted water 55, like Satan. Toxic algae equals 56.
Toxic algae equaling 56 is interesting for sure.
Yeah, LG equals 26 too. Like, God, Cobain. We just can't get off the 26 tonight. It's just
26 episode.
yeah,
Well, we're halfway there.
Yeah, we're halfway. I was gonna say 13 times 2 is 26. So and polluted equals 33 and 111. Polluting
That's
equals
hilarious.
polluting
About, like,
equals
polluted states.
yeah, polluting equals 45 and 45.
I know 126 has other meanings other than like Pearl Harbor Day, but I can't think of them off the top. Sometimes there's a lot, but
LG's equals it's got the 45 as well. It's got the 36. LG Bloom has got the 83, 38 and the 52. LG Bloom. It's like Nirvana in Bloom.
mm-hmm. Oh yeah, algae blooms hitting Oregon. Oregon's got the 38.
Yep.
And same cipher. I think Washington State equals 52. No.
Washington State.
Washington ST equals 52. What were you saying?
If you write out, Washington State equals 84. If you write out the state of Washington, it equals 102. Got the reflection of 201.
But yeah, these stories are going to become more common, and that's kind of what this is talking about too. Is that it's starting in, like, funnily enough, the more pristine reaches of the United States. Having said that, having lived in, not to say that in metropolises, major metropolitan areas are ever that clean with as much, dumping and stuff that happens, and smog and all that kind of stuff, light pollution, other pollution. Um, it's still like, I think you should have, like, people would regularly have some idea of, like, Oregon and Washington being like pristine states with crystal clear water and stuff. And for the most part, that's what I've known. But those things are all changing. Like, they're all starting to change. There's this, once they take away, the way I see it is they kind of like start to chip away at symbols. Like, because once they can start changing your perception of, like, the symbol of Oregon, the beautiful green trees and beautiful lakes and rivers. Uh, all of our forests are burning down. Every year we're having insane fires, and our lakes and rivers are being polluted by for purposefully, and then let's just say naturally, with this algae as well, which I don't think, these are test tube things. Not all things that are introduced into nature are natural. Those are, those words can be mutually exclusive, that everyone likes to say. But so yeah, we got the blue green algae now that, they say blue green, but it's just like, what am I looking at there? That's not fucking blue. Do I need to get the crayon box out for you guys? That's not blue. Anyway, they'll tell you it's global warming and we got to do a better job. We got to separate your recycling, damn it. Every time put the wrong kind of plastic in your recycling bin, the temperature goes up 0.006 degrees. We're all, your footprint looks like a giant's by now. Anyway, I got to go fly off of my turbojet to Geneva to meet with Klaus Schwab to tell you what else you could be doing to lower your carbon emissions. And then from there, I got, it is my vacation time of year. So I really should take the bigger jet, but, I only do this once every couple months, so and I'm a big important guy, so I can do this. You need to separate your recycling. You're the reason global warming's happening. Greta
Yep.
Thunberg needs to come to the island, so she's got to take a jet. I need her here ASAP.
Yeah, we got to get her here to tell her all how bad you are. You're horrible. It's your fault. You're wreaking up the environment. You need to get admissions in your state.
And yeah, I mean that is what these are. These stories are really ways to get people to like go along with things. They'll submit to these things. They'll see this problem as what they explain it as. And oh my god, global there's so many global warming losers and pandemic losers that literally make it part of their entire identity to say what the news told them about these things. They act like they're experts on these things. It's such a state of personality in today's day and age that everybody has to have like a thing. They can't just be, their thing can't be like making themselves a better person so they can make those around them a better person. It has to be like telling other people what they should be doing and why they should be doing it. That's become like so many people's whole personality, and it's ridiculous. But that's how they do this. They present you with something that at its core, if it were true, yeah, we would want, people to step up and find a way to change these things. But this is not true. The reason these things are happening is because they're making them happen so that they can enact different agendas on top of this. They give you the chaos, they give you the order out of it. There's a reason they Ordo ab chao is a Jesuit motto, and there's a reason that's you know the 30 a motto for the 32nd degree, I believe, of Freemasonry, and a Jesuit motto. The 32nd and 33rd degrees are shared mottos between the Jesuit order and Scottish Rite because they were written by Jesuit priests. Well, what would the Jesuit priests be writing rites for the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry for? Why? Why would the Masons want to take after Jesuits? And that's the other falsehood too. Is you have modern Freemasonry is modeled after the Jesuits, but go and try to look that up. You'll find that the Jesuits are modeled after Freemasons. That's what they'll be saying to you. It's like, no, they're not. Maybe there's like a tradition. First of all masonry in your neck of the woods, and I don't know where they're still doing real masonry types of meetings type, but this is all speculative masonry. That means that this masonry is based off of ideals, not actual Masons. But that's not to say that they are not that the heads of these speculative masonry groups are not the foremans on the construction site and the owners of these construction businesses and the masonry shops. They are recruited that way on purpose, but that doesn't mean that they're experts their expertise in masonry lends credence at a meeting at a lodge. They're not going there and talking about different grit cements. That's not what they're doing at these meetings. Speculative Freemasonry is wholly different than what we're told Masonry used to be, where it was an actual, so we're told that Masonry was, a fraternity that actually looked to improve upon technique and perfecting building and stuff like that, which man, where if that existed, I would want to sign up to that. Not this garbage. Let's go pretend to stab each other and like kneel and pull out my left titty while you're all watching and I'm blindfolded. And that sounds cool, bro. Let's do that. The 1.4 degree rise in annual water temperature is having an impact on parts of the lake. Just parts of the lake.
Just
The
parts.
global warming is only messing with this part of the lake, and man, I used to love that part of the lake, but it's so different now that it went up 1.4 degrees last year. Shut up. Which I also think is funny too, because what was it? I was looking up something earlier, and I thought I got some similar numbers that they were spitting here. The 1.4 being 14, and anyway, I'll just skip it for now. But yeah, this is to the lockdown aspect of this too is I see that happening too, where this is just another form of like stay in your house, don't even touch grass, don't go down to the lake and swim, don't go in the ocean. There's sharks, it's toxic. There's UFOs flying above you at high speeds, doing corkscrew maneuvers, trying to dodge
brown snow to your left.
Starlink. Yeah, it's you're. Don't eat that shit, bro. Come on. Why do I got to tell you twice? People just scraping it off their car.
There's some brown snow to the left. There's a toxic snowstorm that'll be here at about 9:11 p.m. tonight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, red and green Christmas cookie colored algae. Just trying to make people hungry. This is all just driving people to eat more. I'm getting hungry, although I am fasting today too. So throw that out there. So I'm also hungry for that reason. But yeah, I mean, this is more, this is a level of fear programming, but there's also, it's not to say that they're not doing stuff. They are doing these things. There's, I think Zach has even like seen it when he was living in Prosser or wherever he was living before. He's seen the
yeah, he lives in Prosser
evidence of this. Oh no, he lives in Prosser when he used to live in
Yakima.
Yeah, or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, and this is something that, like I said, is just started this year. So this is a big thing, it's been swept under the rug, and a lot of people don't even know about it, not even calling it out. And it's, this is a major thing. It's no different than, the brown toxic snow. And then you get these things that don't matter, like the clown show of these drones. And like you said, it's perfect, for the lockdowns, for more lockdown material, oh, well, there's just, there's toxic algae, the water, oh, this, oh, that, oh, we got to lock it down. We got to shut it down. There's too much going on. There's, and this is, it's giving them more fuel and ammo for whatever they want to do for 2025. I mean, to me, it's wide open right now for whatever they want to do, because, whatever they want to put on the TV, the people are just going to get behind it at this point.
Agree. One caveat to what I'm saying too that I didn't really think about till just now. We know how they like to manipulate the truth, and also they manipulate true nature of things. So let's say this algae is natural, and it's the Earth's, quote unquote, the Earth's way of fixing pollution. Now you're going to all they have to do is label it toxic, and we're all going to get behind and allow government to put chemicals in the water so that the algae doesn't spread. Meanwhile, the algae is there to filter the things that we're doing bad to it. So now this is giving precedence for us to, put bleach in our water in order to get rid of all the algae once and for all. Yeah, it's going to kill the ecosystem, but maybe it'll come back. At least we won't have toxic algae in it. And then once the algae's gone and extinct, if you will, then the real problem arises. I could actually see that. The more I'm thinking about it, because it's like, yeah, okay, our irrigation is getting gummed up. Is our irrigation the best way we should be watering our farmland? Is the way we have it set up the best way is it the only way we could be doing these things? So it's not like You could take these stores and say, oh, the crops are going to not get watered. Well, maybe we shouldn't be doing the crops the way we're doing them and relying on our, inferior ideas of irrigation. Because it's like, look at, we talked about China before. Look at what they do with like they like terraform in order for the water to naturally become a part of their farming industry. And I'm not saying everywhere in China. Mainly I'm speaking on like rice fields, Japan and stuff like that. They work with nature in order to maximize their like fields thing. It's not some divert water and turn, what used to be flowing creeks into a reservoir and dry up the creek and this and that. And, you know, so yeah, I could see this as being an actual natural thing that they will label as unnatural for us to agree to remove it when it's actually the only thing that was going to help us.
Yeah, and who's to say it's not even from the spraying too? I mean, it could be from what they're spraying in the sky. I mean, I don't know if you've been looking at too, like even the mountain ranges, but like out in Wyoming too, like in the Bighorns and stuff. I mean, by this time of year, there's like 4 or 5 feet of snow, up in the mountains. There ain't even any mountains out there, any snow in the mountains. I mean, the mountains there's no snow. I mean, it's they're screwing with the environment on such a high level. They're messing with everything, and there's pollution absolutely everywhere. I mean, it ain't just some algae here in Washington. It's the ocean's full of plastic. I mean, they poison us every day with barium, strontium, aluminum, and um, other dumbing down chemicals. I mean, I don't know if you've ever seen too, like like if you've ever looked up at the sky sometimes and you actually like can literally see the the oils. Like sometimes if you have like if you have sunglasses on sometimes too, and if you take them off and put them on too, you can like literally see like it looks like oil um like spills like in the sky. I don't know if you ever noticed that or see that, but
Maybe I definitely am keen to the skies. I'm looking up there quite often, and usually I'm very skeptical of what I'm seeing up there. Rarely do you get to see. Yeah, I'm completely open to finding out that all clouds are manufactured. I'm not even joking.
oh,
I actually
I
am
agree.
leaning towards that.
I agree. I don't think any of the clouds anymore are real. I think all of that
I'm
is
not even sure if they ever necessarily had to be,
yeah. I mean, because they've
like,
always
because
controlled the weather. So
and plus, there's places in this world that function entirely off of dew. Dew is as good as rain.
yeah,
So, and that's a different type of system. So, I don't know. There could be, you know, since our, from our inception, we've been, taught. First of all, think about school. Why do they teach us so much about what clouds are and how they work in school? It's like, how many people become meteorologists? 0.0000. What's the point of thinking about it? Nobody becomes a meteorologist. So why is I remembered in school clouds being taught every single year. You have to learn more about the clouds, more about how we
yeah,
know what clouds are and this is what they are and this is how they work. The Titanic. Yo, you already heard about the Titanic in third grade? Well, we're doing it again, fifth grade, and then you have to do your orientation for college on the Titanic. It's just like, why do they want me to know about the stupid Titanic so much? Why do they want me to know about Greek and Roman mythology? Am I not like, why aren't we doing like Native American mythology, or if anything, not just John Smith and Pocahontas, but like, so it's strange when you start to peel apart like why they do quote unquote teach the things they do. But think about, our school didn't set us up for success in being a free thinking positive light in the world. They set us up to be a tax tax cattle to go and perform remedial tasks well and without dissent. That is what school taught us to do. So you can boil that down to the subject matter as well, and why you need to learn so much about clouds is because they want to control the narrative of clouds in the future, and we're seeing that play out right now. Keep covering up weather warfare, keep covering up weather control, weather manipulation, HARP facilities, what they're truly doing, and keep saying, oh, no, it's because a low pressure system, high pressure system. It's when a low pressure and a high pressure, look, I got a red cloud over here, right? Got a blue cloud over here. What do you think is going to happen when we push these things together, boy? I'll tell you what. Just like we never leave school. Have you noticed that? That news is literally just another form of school?
Yep. It's that old saying, high school never ends. You never stop learning. I mean, learning about the clouds, the Sirius cloud. I think that's like what they said the highest one was. I think it was the Sirius something, and there's like the cumulus, like the thunderstorm clouds. Like, because I remember when I was a kid, and I totally agree that the clouds maybe have never been real, and I mean, I definitely now I don't believe anything up there is real for sure, 100%. But uh, I remember, when I was a kid, you used to get the big puffy like thunderstorm clouds, and the way weather worked and the way weather fronts would move in and move out. I mean, it's nothing the same anymore. I mean, like I said, you used to get the jet stream come off Washington, and just it'd ride right through the west and across the country, and now you're lucky if it even gets to like Wyoming. They've totally screwed up everything in the clouds. Um, like learning about the clouds, and then we learn about, the how the weather works too, the evaporation of the water and and then it's like I don't understand why, with school they don't ever, whenever you really want to like get to the bottom of something in school, you can't, ask any of those questions. It's like, because now it's like I'd be like going, okay, well, where's this accumulus cloud at? Where's the Sirius cloud? Where's this? You told me, oh, here's the clouds, and I'm like looking for them. Like, well, none of those clouds are out there. I just see these lines in the sky, and it looks like they're coming together to make these like different clouds that you're not even telling me about. Like, you know, obviously, they have frequency clouds, and you can watch, like different, sometimes you'll get like really wispy looking clouds. They'll be just all wispy and look like whiskers. Some are, um, like kind of blotchy. Like that's kind of what they were doing out here lately and today. They're kind of like the blotchy ones that kind of spread out and cover. Um, some just kind of have like, they just give that haze. Um, some turn into, other weather, events, or, turn into different storms or turn into something else. So, and in the way they spray too, I mean, you can watch them literally, like I've always watched them like the day before, like it's gonna rain or it's gonna be like overcast or shitty, and I'll just watch them spray, and I'll just watch them bring the whole front into the whole weather system in, and just spray it in. You can just see how shitty the sky looks, and then the next day, or maybe later that week, you'll see what the repercussions of that were. But yeah, I mean, you know for anyone that learned about the clouds in school, and what that was supposedly was, and what I mean, it's nothing the same anymore. And like I said, you don't even get the big, you know puffy clouds. You used to look at the cloud like, oh, that one looks like a bear, that one looks like a cat, that one looks like, you know a square, that one looks like a triangle. It's like you get these different clouds, and it's like, well, where is any of that now? Those aren't the same clouds, from what you were telling me. You're telling me all the water vapor and all this and all that and all the, it just floats on up there and creates this moisture, and these clouds just build. It's like, yeah, you could literally go outside and just watch them just bring in all of this with the planes. Like, you can literally just, you could do a live experiment. That's what should be going on in the school today. It should be like, oh, you want to
learn how the weather works. Well, we're not even going to take a field trip. We're just going to look out our window, just look that way, and just take notes all day long. I mean, that's what I'd be doing. I'd be like, okay, kids, tell me what you see. And there's the live footage, and then you just there it is. It's undeniable.
Did you ever cloud watch?
Oh yeah.
When I was smoking cigarettes still, I would sit out there, and sometimes when I wasn't attached to my phone, I would like look up because like clouds would be going by, and I'd be like, I would, I say so often, I pretty every single time I'd be able to make out what's clearly something, whatever it is, whether it's like a wailing face or like a person or in some
Right.
form or a dragon looking thing or a lizard or a bird or it's like it kind of makes you wonder. It's just like, why? Okay, let's take a step back and just say, oh, okay, I was interpreting that. It's just what I saw. But then if you ever stop and like actually watch clouds go by, they are constantly moving. And it makes
Yeah.
sense because it's like vapor and stuff like that. Sure. That's the way they tell you. It would make sense that they're moving. But if until you actually like look at the cloud for the cloud and not just trying to make out a shape, that's when it kind of like lends credence to the shape. Is when you see how it moves and it's like fluid. And yes, I know that for someone would say it is fluid. No, I mean like its movements are that of the object that it looks like. It's like that seems really weird. So many times, I mean, should have pointed that phone up and taken a video of it rather than just take my word for it. But no, I don't I don't know if that still exists. And this was actually during yeah. No, it wasn't during when was this? It was still in the COVID-esque era, but that the sky, I mean, they're able to do drastic change to our known perception of things in the blink of an eye. The sky's no longer the same and nobody cares. Nobody cares. They do all these things that are personal to you and you don't care. Why would you care about what's going on in the atmosphere, upper atmosphere and the clouds and stuff? It rained still. Look, the rain's still the same normal rain. You wouldn't know if it was the same normal rain anyway. Yeah. So the ways you would know if it was different or not are, the things that happened before it rains, and those are not the same. So that's why we're saying things are not the same. So
Yeah, I mean, the sky used to be blue, the sun was yellow. I mean, you'd watch, you didn't, I was a kid, I'd be like 4 years old and I'd just be standing out there and I would watch like, the chemtrail go by and they spray it and just be like, one plane go by and then, I'd watch it and I'd look up at it and I'd stare at it and like, but like, what is that? It doesn't look right. It doesn't look like that should be happening. I'm like, yeah, there shouldn't be anything coming out of that plane. I'm like, what, and then but back then it wasn't, you'd see like one and that would be like it, like one would come and go and that'd be it. But for now it's just tic-tac-toe and checkerboards, because nobody looks up anymore, nobody pays attention no more. People used to look up at the sky, not just stargaze, but um like you said, cloud gaze and just look around at stuff, um just like you're saying with the moon being a light. I mean, I 100% agree that the moon is a light. Um, not kind of sure what kind of light, but I believe 100% that it is a light. Um, and then just perception of the sky and surroundings and stuff. People don't notice little subtle things. And I think that's a big problem with a lot of people. It's they don't notice those small, simple, subtle things that are oftentimes like the most important things. It's like they always say, like what you don't see is what's going to get you, is what matters. And it's like um it's like what the fact that it's like I was always like looking at the sky intrigued, just like wondering and seeing that, things didn't look right and weren't right, and it's just like, but then you have people today. It's like I said, you have people that, know that they are spraying, know they're doing it, and know they're controlling the weather, but then they're just like, then they don't care, they're just like, they're tuned into the TV and, you know, Trump's going to save them and Elon Musk. And then you try and tell them it's like, no, Trump's like the biggest loser in the world. You have like the biggest retard in the world, Elon Musk. And it's like, well, no, man, you don't know what you're talking about, bro. It's like, bro, I mean,
Dogecoin, bro.
Yeah, bro. I mean, come on. It's like, why would I listen to you, man? Like, I mean, Trump's gonna fire these people, bro. He's gonna fire them, and he's gonna, make things so much better, bro. He's gonna drain the swamp, bro. This is what you get out of these losers, these retards. It's just like, you know, people just don't. Again, it just comes down to priorities. People don't care about the sky. They don't care about that. They care about the TV and what the TV is gonna tell them. You know, um, what's the TV gonna tell you? It's oh man, Trump, bro. He gave a great speech today, bro. He said, I'm the best, and we're the best, and I'm number one, and we are going to make America great again. It's like, yeah, what was all that? I mean, what you're impressed by that? I mean, what is that? Isn't that what he always says? I mean, it's the same thing over and over. He just runs his mouth, talks a whole bunch of nothing, says a whole bunch of nothing, gets nothing out, you know. I mean, it's the same shit. Like, I mean, tell me how you're gonna make it. Oh, we're gonna get rid of money. Oh, we're gonna stop the spraying. You know. Oh, we're gonna do this. Oh, we're gonna do that. That's what I need to be hearing. That's what we should be hearing. That's what you should be saying.
We're gonna hold China accountable. It's just like, no, you're not.
My trade deal is gonna be the best in history, bro. You're gonna love it. Everything is, I'm the best and I'm just the great. It's like, how can you even I don't understand how people can even watch TV, man. It's just so stupid.
No
how
more
people can,
French fries. We're doing Chinese fries. All right. We're doing China fries. They're going to be great. We're going to make them huge. They're going to be great. You're going to love them.
I'm the best. We're the best. Number one.
Yes. And, the satanic agenda, take that as you will. There's, well, I'll finish this point, and then I think we should end on a comment that we received, because it was quite possibly the largest comment I've ever seen that exists.
I actually seen that. I actually was reading through that too.
I read the entire thing and took it all in, and I do think that maybe we should even at some point take notes on it, because it's jam packed with good information and things that I've been just right on the cusp of knowing about, but there was a couple things I didn't know about, and he brought up some good points. I don't know if it was English as a first language speaker, but not to say it wasn't legible at all. It was just um, well, anyway, I'm not trying to poop on what he said. It's what he said, not how he said it. So, uh, but as far as the satanic agenda, what it really boils down to is whatever you believe that means. That's one thing, but like what it truly is the idea of playing God. And I could see that there would be potentially some good or advancement that could come with that kind of framework of a mindset, but that's not what we're dealing with. We're dealing with usurpers. They don't invent. They recycle, reuse things that already exist. They disenfranchise people. They, steal patents. They steal ideas. We're not dealing with the type of people that are looking to push humanity forward. If anything, we're not wanting to regress that far, up until the day comes. Trust me, where the day will come. But until then, there's a status quo, and it's just retarded enough to take in everything they say and just smart enough to keep pressing the red button and the blue button intermittently at the paper mill. Oops, I hit the release all the black liquor ink. Oh shit. Hopefully that doesn't irritate any skin. Hopefully I'll still be able to eat a lot of white snow when I get off of work. Oh, dang it. It's all brown. Hopefully it doesn't taste like the black liquor ink. I've been eating it at work and it tastes awful. It doesn't taste at all like black liquor or black licorice.
Man, the snow on the right's toxic. The one on the left is brown. I don't know what to do, bro. I think I better tune into Trump. He's going to tell me how to handle it. Yeah, over
We're
there.
all going to China. We're going to love it. It's going to be great. We're going to make China great again. And we're doing it this year. I got Jeff there in the stands. He's loving it. Jeff, he's been with me all along. Just once I want them to turn the camera around instantly and just show that there's nobody there. He's just saying that to just say it's psychology 101. I honestly, it's like the lowest level of psychology. That's what's so sad about it. Is the things he's doing, like this is what you do to children.
Yeah.
This is how you excite children.
Yeah.
And it works. It's insanity. It's actually insanity. Just like pretending as if there's somebody there that agrees with him and is excited. Just like a sock puppet. It's like a sock puppet with your child.
Well, he literally, I mean,
Jeff wants to do it.
He literally talks like a 2-year-old. I mean, he just says the same thing over and over. He just he talks in circles. You know, he just runs his big fat mouth, runs his big fat lips, talks a bunch of shit, talks a bunch of nothing. There's nothing coming out of his mouth. It's just, we are going to make America great again. I'm the best. We're number one. You know, it's so stupid.
I love it.
And then people want to say, oh, well, you know, I really like Trump, bro. He's got these great ideas. Yeah. Do they involve getting rid of money? Does it say stop the spraying? Does it say anything about, you know, stopping childhood obesity? Does it say anything about, just legalizing weed in every state? Does it say you can own an automatic weapon? I mean, what are we really doing here? I mean, does any of this sound good? Do you like any of it? Well, I mean, didn't you hear what he said, bro? I mean, he said, I'm the best. We're going to make America great again. And, McDonald's has the best French fries in the world, bro. Like, seriously, bro. And here's Dr. Oz, because he's going to be the president. Dr. Oz for president.
We're just going to get absolutely clusterfucked by a Musk, Ramaswamy, Oz. First of all, I'm not nationalistic at all. I don't care about anything to do with that. I'm not like that. Literally, I don't think about that kind of stuff at all. I'm talking about like waking people up to the obvious fuckery that they're doing. They have all these people behind Trump. And yes, I do think that that comes with a sense of nationalism. You like Trump because you are nationalistic in certain ways. And I'm not saying that's all bad. I'm not sitting here trying to shit on the ideas of like making your nation the best it could be. That's like saying, but that's like equating communism to communists nowadays. Communism might have a decent idea framework, but in practice, that's not what we do with it. Just the same way being, a nationalist, make your country great. If your country's great, you can actually help the country next to you, and that country can become great. And everybody's holding hands and having a great time. That's not what we do with it. Nationalism becomes segregation, becomes like pushing those away and, not looking for mutual solutions, looking for only solutions for yourself. And, and we see what what happens. People will say that's what a lot of racism stems out of that. I'm on the fence about it even existing, and that anybody that gives it credence is part of the problem. If anybody cares about racism, that's why it exists, in my opinion. and that's its power. That's it. That's the only power it has. It's not about getting whipped. It's not about your great 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 grandfather getting whipped. That wasn't, in my opinion, racism. That was stuff that was going around worldwide. They weren't doing it because they were racist. They were doing it because it made them lots of money and gave them power. That's why anybody does anything bad. This is nothing that you're not going to put a little pin in something that makes your group the victim so that you can. That's just going to sound like I'm I'm literally not talking about one group of people. I'm talking about the fact that everybody's been at at the mercy of other people at some point in human existence, and that we need to break out of it completely, not wear it as a badge. Anyway, shit, I lost my train of thought there. Any closing thoughts to bring us to a wrap a bow on this one? I'm sure people are super hungry if they made it this far.
Yeah, they got the munchies. They want to go to eat up the yellow snow.
Yeah, they might go make their own if it's snowing outside.
Yeah, snow cone.
Fresh.
Yeah.
Dr. Oz would probably say it's good.
Yeah, Dr. Oz, bro. Yeah, he gave me the best COVID advice ever, bro. He said, listen to Trump and get that rushed out jab, man. It's the best decision of my whole life, man. I turned into Elon Musk. It's like the Neuralink, bro. I'm just squeaming in it, but yeah, I guess for closing, I guess another good point to bring up is this time of year too, I think it's important that people get enough sleep too. I think sleep is something that I don't think a lot of people obviously don't get enough of, but especially this time of year, because like the winter time, it's like darker. It's colder. You're supposed to sleep more. You're supposed to be you know getting more rest. So that's been something too. Like this month, I've been or this week, I've just been kind of making sure like I'm getting better sleep and taking better care of myself this time of year as well. You know, especially for what's to come. You're going to want to have that extra sleep and be sleeping more. And like I said, you should be this time of year anyways, getting that extra sleep, getting that extra rest, and taking care of yourself and focus on yourself. And I think that's the biggest thing you have to do right now because there's, like I said, there's just all these distractions, and it's getting to all of it's coming to a head because at 2025, and we went over a lot of things tonight. Schwab, stepping down. Trump, the inauguration there on 120, almost a month away at this point. And all the other things coming. Is it going to be an economic collapse or shutdown or lockdown? Will lockdown 2025? Will it be disease X? There's quite a bit of things that can happen in 2025, and like I said, it's there's no doubt it's going to be a massive major year for a lot of reasons in the 25. The importance of that 25, they love to use that number. I was 25 in 2020, and it's going to be 2025, and uh, they take that 25 pretty seriously. So there's going to be major things that happen. But I just think it's going to come down to the psychological aspect, where we are by even a month from now, because like I said, people are going to be worried about some different things. Trump getting in there and then coming back, and then you got the playoffs and all the other things that are going to be happening, and then who knows what other major headlines are going to be by then. So I just kind of think that people just have to see through the distractions. I think that that's just what it is. People have to see through all these distractions and all these psychological operations and all these litmus tests they're throwing at us, and just see past it and see what the bigger goal here is, because I think that's, kind of what we went through tonight is, every story, whether we're talking about, lockdown 2025, we're talking about, the brown snow, talking about, the drones, talking about, Klaus Schwab, or, um, COVID, and, all these other things. Um, they all point to the same thing. And, um, it all points to this time coming, and, all these simulations they've done, and, you know, uh, whatever 2025 is going to, be, or whatever it's going to bring, people just have to, you know, it's kind of an interesting time, because like you have to look at it. It's like, okay, are people gonna, you know, I think people are, being, you know, like I said before, and like we've both brought up, with the Tesla thing, that these people are getting incentives. They're getting pushed down these, rabbit holes. They're getting pushed down these ideas. You know, people thinking, wanting to get a Cybertruck, or wanting to, go the digital currency route or something. I think that's a possibility, or we could possibly just get a big event that could just make something happen. So I think you kind of have to watch both fronts in the next few months, especially by like April to the summertime. What is it? Does it seem like I brought up tonight, does it seem like the people are just too dumb and just making this happen? Or is it that these people are just that good and they're ushering it in? So I think that's the two sides of the coin that have to be, evaluated too. And um, people got to look at that, because, with a year like 2025, and, by us owning nothing and being happy by 2030, and like I said, who knows, maybe it'll be 2027, 2029, the big event happens, or the big thing, whatever they're going to do. But,
5 years can go by pretty quick. So.
Yeah. Bottom line is 2025, from my perspective, as I see it, is going to be, one hellacious and devastating year, especially with the snake coming back, the Mr. Snake and the snake poem, and, highest degree of satanic church, Klaus Schwab stepping down. You're going to know nothing to be happy. I mean, that to me right there says it all. So, that's just my take on it.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to agree. There's going to be some culmination of these agendas on a calendar year, such as a quarter century. They love to do things on the tennials, as I said. So, um, yeah, it remains to be seen exactly what it will be. If it's going to be, what us in the community would say is like, one of the big agendas, whether it's the grid going down finally, or whether or not it's just maybe another localized story like a Maui, or a Asheville, or a Palestine, Ohio, or World War III, or we're due for troops touching United States soil. I don't think that that's a rule. I don't think that that's a law that the rulers go by. I don't think that that's like a steadfast rule. I just think that it's worked out the way it's worked out. That this country is for tax cattle. That's why we don't get hit with war here. We fund the wars other places.
Yep.
And the way they fund the wars are with our labor and energy harvesting. And so people would say, we're so free and we're so brave. That's why that's why people, other than 9/11, that's why, they have to do it that way. They won't just like come onto our shores, and they won't just, I don't think that's a rule. I don't think that's a law. I don't think it has anything to do with our military might. I think one day it will happen, and it can. You wouldn't know if it was the IDF or Iran or mercenaries that your own government hired. It's the same difference. So, as far as that goes, the next, yes, I do agree that there will be some agenda met in this next calendar year, guaranteed. There's zero way they don't. Look at how they're kicking it off. National championship college football on inauguration day. That come on,
Exactly.
they're celebrating. They are doing it big this year. This takes a lot of planning. They did
And
this
that's
for a
what
reason.
Schwab said. You know, where he's celebrating. You know, they were acting like, you know, they had, you know, like they won WrestleMania, they won the Super Bowl, they're the champion. You know, they're acting like they got it in the bag. You know, and it's, they act like they have it, and that's, you know, and here he is, you know, stepping down, and it's just like I said with Bill Gates stepping down in 2020. It's the same thing. Here we go again. You know, and um, you're gonna own nothing and be happy, and you get the highest degree of the Satanic Church to get the job done. I mean, what a better combo! You couldn't script it any better.
Yep, we'll see if the magatards can wake up, because if either group was to actually wake up from this, I'm not going to put my hat in either one of those rings personally. I'm just saying, as far as who I had to share or camaraderie with, you know, this is just me throwing them a bone. At least I could see them being more um compatible in that way. Like, I guess, quote unquote normal, but that's not to say it's anywhere near ideal. It's just, compared to victim boo boo whan whan, give me 40 vaccines and an anime pillow and I'm good. I'd much rather at least disagree. I'd rather disagree with the other guy than agree with anything they got going on. That's what, I don't need to take my daughter in the bathroom and see more, I don't want to see anything, let alone a grown man's dick in the female bathroom. So if you
Yeah.
agree with that, then that's going to be really hard to get along with you. But maybe we can get some of these Trump tards to finally wake up and actually, good luck though, because it's so hard to convince a winner. You know what I mean? They feel like they just won something, and they didn't win jack shit. You won a steaming pile in your mailbox. That's all you get for Trump taking office again. And it would have been the same kind of idea for anybody to take office anytime, because this is all a sham. It's all a scam. It holds up this system of keeping us at our lowest function as humans, and keeping us in this comparative state where all we see are, we see everybody in their plights in some form or fashion, but rather than try to get ourselves out of it, all we do is compare them and see who's the bigger victim or who's the smallest victim. And oh, and it's a perpetual cycle that needs to be stopped. And what's scary is, I think maybe the only way to stop it is to be the victims of a cataclysm or something like that. The way I'm not trying to be wholly negative. I'm saying maybe. Obviously, we need to do our part to turn this around and to bring humanity back to the forefront, and morals and certain things like that. And that in and of itself, who cares if the world turns around, as long as you at least can have a better conscience before this next cataclysm or whatever happens, this next pandemic, this next whatever way thing they have planned. I think that it does start inward, one person at a time, but there are things that we need to do, and community. We need to come together as a community eventually. But the community is not going to be any good if you have a bunch of bad apples too. I've thought about this
Yep.
too. That if you have a bunch of people who aren't willing to work on themselves, who bring nothing to the table, but maybe wanting to, have a sadistic view of what we should be doing only, that's not going to help the cause. So, it's really like a fine-tuned thing. They have us pigeonholed into so much work. And I say they, but actually I mean we have pigeonholed ourselves into,
Yep.
it's kind of like that mole that you just never address, that's that thing that you just never address, because you're just like, oh, I'll do it next week, oh, I'll do it next month, oh, I'll do it next week. It's really, it's barely getting bigger, it's starting to itch. I can wait another week. I can wait another month. I can wait another year. And now look at it. We are to even fathom going against the Jesuits and the Catholic Church and their world order crap. Where do you start? You can't even turn to your neighbor now. You can't even turn to your family now. So we got some work to do. And it's going to take people waking up individually, and then that being able to spread multiplicatively through just spreading the word and holding up those ideals so that people copy the right thing and not, what's trending on Twitter and Twitch and everything else. TikTok. Weird that they're all T words now that I think about it.
Yeah.
Anyway, with that being said, I feel like we had some fun tonight. I mean, I have fun every time I talk to you, but this one just seemed like, I don't know, maybe we got our comedic stylings out a little bit more. Maybe that can be something for the future. Especially when it comes to video making. I do see us having, a pretty good like comedy style to our eventual videos that we actually put out rather than just our podcasts. Also keep that in mind, guys. This is our podcast. This is where we kind of come together unscripted and boom, we hit the ground running it with whatever we got. So we eventually will work to have formatted videos planned, and maybe they'll make more sense, or maybe they'll be easier to follow in that regard. But here's where you can have your most say, I would say. Oh, speaking of right before we take off for good, I say before we take off for good, this might be the longest segment of the night. Oh well. We got a comment of comments. I love how he starts this as just for a thought and then proceeds to write a novel. All right. Let's see. This crap. Oh, well. All right. So from Mr. Pathyria Sasulolma 1540. You want to try that name? I know I butchered it, but goddamn. That was rough. We'll call him Pat. Call you Pat. He writes, or they write, she writes. This is on our previous episode. Just for a thought. Tell me, what do you think if you want? All I'm about to type here is what I learned from others and my opinions and some facts, which is great. This is also a good, first of all, I would say this would have made a better email, but that's fine. I really don't mind. We haven't gotten a single email yet. This would have been a great email. But just because it'd be easier for me to respond to an email in an email format than to just have huge comment after huge comment, in my opinion. I don't know. It all helps. I'm definitely grateful of even just him. First of all, what I thought instantly too is like, man, this is awesome. Somebody saw our video and wrote for 15 minutes to talk to us. Like, that's pretty cool. But anyway, he brings to light the Order of the Quest, which I have heard of. I haven't done a lot of diving into. Originated from Babylon and came out of the influences of both the Babylon Secret Society and the Spirits. The Order of the Quest had two branches, even though they were separated by very far on the Earth, meaning their headquarters, so be it, were very far away from each other. They were the Roshaniya, which I had never heard of, which means illuminated ones, of Afghanistan, and the Knights Templar of Europe. And the Roshaniya was the emergence of the Gnostic assassins, which I have heard of the Order of Assassins, and I think they're 201 as well. There were many surviving members of the Knights Templar after it was dissolved by the Pope by the Papal Bull. That should be common knowledge. I mean, hopefully people realize that these dissolved societies aren't truly dissolved. Illuminati doesn't exist anymore, bro. Adam Weishaupt was a drunk. And anyway, and many of them became members of the Knights Hospitaller, which I do know about. They have a huge influence in America that people don't know about, which later called Sovereign Military Order of Malta. People need to look into Malta. That's huge to this day, upkeep of maritime law. Anyway, thus brought their esoteric religion into this group and made it a mystery school of the mystery religion. And in Scotland, other members of the Knights Templar joined with the predecessors of Freemasonry, but maybe Freemasonry also originated from the Knights Templar. I think he was right the first time. Freemasonry was older. And the members of Knights Templar in Spain became the two groups. They were the Knights of Montesa, which I hadn't heard about, and the Los Alumbrados, which I have heard about, which Ignatius of Loyola, the founder of the Jesuits, was a part of, which means the illuminated ones in the language of Spain, Spanish, and maybe there were Jews in it. You see, the Order of the Quest was associated with and was the Roshaniya and created the Los Alumbrados through the Knights Templar, thus associated with the term illuminated ones, till the Bavarian Illuminati, which means illuminated ones. I get what he's saying. He's saying that all these different societies all function under the same umbrella terms. Founded by the Jesuit-influenced Adam Weishaupt, illumination was originally associated with divinity or a spirit. This was a general term known by the general public or the ancient peoples. I did know that too, that illuminated was a common word. It's kind of like how smart you think of. Anyway, I won't get into opinion. Smart's a bad word. Let me just put it that way. People need to look up the word smart. And also by the ancient mystery religions for their spirits and their belief in achieving divinity, but then changed by the mystery schools to associate with esoteric knowledge and scientific knowledge. As time passed, I think what he's talking about here is the difference between speculative branches of esoteric occult societies and ones that actually used to do the things. With esoteric knowledge and scientific knowledge. Okay. As time passed, the Order of the Quest took in the Jesuits, especially the superior generals, as its members, and those Jesuits were the leading power behind it. Since the 1900s and before that, since the 1900s and before that. But the main initiation ground or mystery school for the Jesuits was Freemasonry. Yes, I did know about that. And the superior generals were the head Freemasons of all Freemasons. The operations of the Order of the Quest in the Roshaniya were continued by the Jesuits and the members of the German trunk of the Illuminati founded by Adam Weishaupt. Also to know that get used to that there were certain Jews such as the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers who were allies to the Jesuits. The Jesuits with other initiates such as the Freemasons, the Knights of Malta, and the members of the German trunk in its two branches, the Skull and Bone Society and the group of the Illuminati founded by Adam Weishaupt, ruled other societies such as the Committee of 300. That's another one I keep forgetting to talk more about. The Bilderberg Group, or the Bilderbergers, the Bohemian Club, the Council on Foreign Relations, the Trilateral Commission I forgot to mention earlier, the Mafia, all central banks, the Royal Institute of International Affairs, the B'nai B'rith, the Club of Rome, the Fabian Society, the CIA, KGB, MI5, MI6, the Mossad, the FBI, the Opus Dei, the Royal Order of the Seraphim, and the United Nations. The Rosicrucian Society originated from the Knights Templar through the Jesuits and approved from at least one of the Jesuits. And the Jesuits made up its origin. I wish he would have said which Jesuit, though. And the Jesuits made up its origin date as predating the Jesuit order. I see what he's saying. He said this came from the Jesuits, but rather than state that outright, they said it predated the Jesuits. I see what he's saying. And made up its fictional founder, who in the Rosicrucian picture resembles in look to Jacques de Molay, which is another famous secret society. A lot of famous American. Walt Disney, member of de Molay, the last Grand Master of the Knights Templar. The leader of the Rosicrucians by the name of Francis Bacon had a Jesuit friend by the name of Toby Matthew. Just Toby Matthew. Just imagine that guy having like the esoteric secrets. Just Toby. All right, dude. The Jesuits oversaw this Rosicrucian society and all of the societies. The Committee of 300 and the members of the black nobility collaborated with the Jesuits in the 1900s. The Sabatian Frankists and the Jesuits were together till the 1900s, and the first Zionists were Sabatians and were with the Jesuits. The Zionist Theodore Herzl pleaded with the Pope to consider the state of Israel as written in his own book. The flag of Israel design originated from the Jesuits and somewhere in Europe. Also, the flag of Israel is a star tetrahedron, and those are geometric shapes that are extremely important. It's not arbitrary that the six-pointed star is what it is. There's a complete reason for it, and there's a reason why the largest banking families and group of people wear that as their flag. And the symbology of the design, I think, signifies the new Atlantis, and that state of Israel will be part of it. Basically, actually, he kind of said it, but this is just too vague for anybody reading this that doesn't have an understanding of what Atlantis means. If you just think Atlantis is like, oh, the crazy water place that was super advanced, it's like you got to get those like programming out of your head and realize that these were normal people. This isn't some cartoon avatar world. This was an actual, more than a people or more than a place. It signified a people, by the way. And I keep saying more. That's because they were also known as the Moors. Anyway, and there's also research to say that the Moors were part of the Atlanteans, which Atlanteans basically covered all seafaring, go out and beyond trader type people, by water, nautically. Anyway, by ship. But yeah, what he's saying here does make sense. That this star tetrahedron is a symbol that is a lot older and it has a huge meaning, not has anything to do necessarily with what you'd see nowadays, or the fact that it's the Saturn's cube and stuff. That is a part of it, but anyway, that more plays into the Judaism part of it, the actual religion, which still is esoteric. Because according to the belief of the mystery schools, especially the Rosicrucians, including Francis Bacon, the priests of ancient Atlantis wore white garments with blue stripes. And if the meaning of this symbology is correct, and since the Jesuits were involved in the world of the mystery school, no wonder the design originated from among the Jesuits. And the hexagram is not true, biblical Jewish. Okay, he actually covered a lot of what I'm saying. But associated with Saturn, Marduk, Belus, Jupiter, this god, Jupiter, I don't know if you know this, but it has the great storm, the hexagon storm on it. The hexagon also represents a cube. This god represents the ancestor of Europeans and Aryans, and the earthly elements: fire, water, air, and earth. Also to know, Karl Marx was educated by the Jesuits and shared their negative idea on the Jews. Also to know, in the picture of Mayer Amschel, Rothschild, he wears the Maltese cross, which was and is seen with the Order of the Knights of Malta. Also to know, in the Jewish Encyclopedia, it is stated that the Rothschilds guardian of the Vatican treasury. That's what they go by, I guess. Like, in fact, the Rothschild woman was connected with the Vatican and seen with Pope Francis. But the Rothschilds do not own or control the Vatican Bank and other wealth of the Roman Catholic Church. Also to know, the top heads, I call them, of the Federal Reserve, the Bank of England, and the European Central Bank were Jesuit trained and agents of the power of the Rome/England Order of the Quest indirectly through those Jesuit trained. Also to know, the members of the Knights Templar in Portugal became the Knights of Christ. Also to know, the Pilgrim Society and the Jesuits were the same organization. I don't know if you've heard of the Pilgrim Society or it's kind of, I think they serve similar purpose to like Shriners, that branch of Freemasonry, which everyone would say, oh, they're such good people. They build hospitals and children's hospitals, and they're only ever seen as happy-go-lucky types of Masons. It's like, okay, where do you think all that money's coming from? Smiling at people all day? Anyway, also to know, the Freemason George Washington was baptized Catholic by the Jesuit Leonard Neale. I did actually know this, and I do forget to bring a point this up more about it. Anyway, and this was when Zach talks about the Jesuit being by George Washington's side during his death. Anyway, the Jesuits, the Illuminatis, and the Knights of Malta, all branches of the Order of the Quest in the same organization. So, to my point, this is a great comment. I'm not going to read mine because I hit him back with one. I was just like, you know what? You could play that game. It's not nearly as big as his, but anyway. I think it's really awesome that we got such a crazy comment. I mean, the fact that they, in some ways, I kind of think that they trusted us with the information. Is that kind of weird?
Yeah, it's weird that they even found our channel too. Someone finding channel. It's what I mean. It's just crazy.
This is you can tell that this was written as a comment. It's not like some copy and paste that he's just had cooked for a while. No, he wrote this.
Yeah,
it's insane, but in a good way. And there's lots of good information. Yeah, it's in comment form. That's why I'm almost wishing he would have wrote me an actual novel in an email. But still, there's lots to take in, lots to look up. A lot of this I did already know about, or at least know parts of it about it. But there's other things that are definitely worth looking into, like the Order of the Quest. I may have heard of that, but I don't think I did. I think I would remember it more if I had actually truly known more about it. But apparently it's all encompassing these other societies. But to my point, maybe on next episode or one upcoming, we can have it be kind of like a secret society super show.
Yeah,
because there's lots to talk about there, and I mean half of them he listed. So he kind of he's gonna dumb down our episode because it's like if you need to know anything about any of these secret societies, it's right here. He wrote it all. He left nothing out. But yeah, having said that, thank you, man. Thanks for the awesome comment and for tuning in, and hopefully you stick with us and have more awesome stuff to say. And thanks to everybody who talks to us. Rick James, Dale's hit us up. I love Dale's comment. it's like,
yeah,
it's
I've
like,
seen that too.
it's like awesome for commenting, but it's like you're just like it's weird, but thank you, dude.
Yeah,
But yeah, thanks everybody for tuning in, whether you leave a comment or not. But yeah, get involved with us. Let us know what we should talk about next, what we should any critique, any comments, because I'm sure that there's space for that. And yeah, but until next time, this is Logan signing out. Deuce deuce.
peace.